Hey, it's me, Sai7, and welcome to part 33 of Limbus Company. And today we get to find out what Bamboo-Hatted Kim has been doing since he got released from the library, and it's also the Limbus Company's first anniversary, so we have that. Pretty excited. It's been a really good year of Limbus. Got the middle Tojo playing in the background. Hey Link, how are you doing? And yeah, so since Bamboo-Hatted Kim is here, we get to see some shenanigans with Yield My Flesh to Claim Their Bones, which, remember from Library of Ruina, was a very fun gimmick, because Bamboo-Hatted Kim, all of his passive meant that Yield My Flesh rolled for like, what, 7 or 9 at a minimum? And you had to lose that clash in order to get the counterattack card to claim their bones. So this is going to be a fun play on that. Which is also funny because I made an animation video for To Claim Their Bones back in the day, and it's seen a pretty funny uptick in views.
전부 자러 들어갔다고 방심하지 마라. 파도는 낮과 밤을 가리지 않으니.
Here's all the anniversary stuff. So at the end of 2 weeks, we get Angela announcer and a cool little banner. Extraction tickets along the way. Are you gonna buy the pack or you wait the 2 weeks? I'll wait. Get the music back on. We got Tojo. Yeah, so let's start off looking at the numbers. So we have 3 new extraction identities and then 1 new event identity. First, we get to start off with the man himself. God, this looks so cool. Look, this dude's lost his head. Yeah, what cool art. I think this is pretty up there for one of my favorites. So numbers, so this kind of reads like a book when we get to his skill 3. But yeah, let's see. Draw the sword, so 3 plus 4. So 3 to 11, pretty good. 5 plus poise, coin power plus 1. Combat start, apply 1 is Sword of the Homeland Rending. Skill 1 gains final power by the effects count for this turn. And he gives it to other Blade Lineage units. Sending order speed, slowest to fastest, 2 times max. Yeah, pretty cool. There's 6 or more allied Blade Lineage identities in the encounter, apply 2 instead. And then skill 2, geez, so 3 to 18. And can be even more at 7 plus poise. And it seems like he gains poise pretty easily. Now for the funny card, or funny skill. Yield My Flesh, 20 minus 8. Unused, gain plus 3 aggro to this skill slot next turn. Until the skill ends, this unit cannot be staggered from taking damage. Clash win, gain 5 poise, clash lose. After getting hit, use To Claim Their Bones skill. And it doesn't show us numbers for that. I was gonna say maybe it's in the passive, but no, not seeing it. But we know it's a skill that hits at least 4 times. Oh, here it is in the defense. Okay, this is so much. So 4 to 20. Before attack, for every 7 poise on self, attack weight plus 1, max plus 2. Wow. This might be kind of busted. I mean, how likely is it that you lose, I guess, 20 to 12? I mean, that's kind of hard to lose. I don't know. But yeah, cannot be staggered. Unused, deal plus 2% more damage on critical hit for every poise potency on self, max 50%. On hit with the 4th coin, inflict 3 bleed and 5 paralyze next turn. Yeah, he's, oh wait, passives. So when 3 more other Blade Lineage allies are defeated, when gaining poise potency / count, with this unit's own skills and coins effect, gain 1 more of each. 5 more other Blade Lineage allies are defeated, gain 2 more of each instead. Combat start, apply Swordplay of the Homeland buff on self, which gives him more coin power and then more damage on his skill 3. Pride Resonance. We've gotten so much Pride Resonance this season, so this actually feels right at home. This encounter, when this unit takes damage that brings their HP down to 0, nullify that damage. Then this unit's HP cannot drop below 1 for the turn once per encounter. I don't know. So does this read like you have to activate this on the same turn that result that his HP drops below 1? Or do you only have to hit the 3 Pride Resonance once in a fight? I don't know. This unit gains poise potency with its own skill, get 1 poise potency and count to 2 other Blade Lineage allies with no poise or the least. If there are 6 or more allies participating in this encounter, give 2 poise and +2 poise count instead. Combat start, apply Swordplay the Homeland buff to all other Blade Lineage allies. So a lot of good synergy here. It might actually bring Blade Lineage back. It might actually be worth up-tying now. Cool, good stuff. And now Faust, I really like this one. Inlet Blade Dance, so 3 to 9. Okay, not a good skill 1. 5 plus poise, coin power +1. So that brings us up to 3 to 12. Yeah, I guess that's kind of better for a skill 1. It's not bad. Skill 2, so 4 to 16, pretty good. And gets more coin power. And we have another unique bleed. And red plum blossom. XP 10, plus 10% chance for this unit to be critically hit if this unit is the main target. When struck by a critical hit, gain bleed equal to half of the value and take plus value X, 3% damage on critical hit, reduce value by 1 when hit. So yeah, even more like poise, it's gonna be easier to hit crits, which is pretty strong. Now we got 5 to 17. And then more coin power with poise. Consume half the poise count on self, then gain poise equal to the poise count consumed. I think that's a lot like Sinclair could never. You know, that's the only identity I don't have is Blade Lineage Sinclair. How messed up is that? You know what, I say good riddance. I don't even want them. Crit, inflict 1, red plum blossom, target has 10, inflict 1 defense level down instead. Cool. Oh yeah, any new sanity stuff? I'm gonna guess no. And Kurokumo McGregor. So 5 to 10. Target 7 plus bleed, clash power +2. 5 to 12, a little better. Yeah, more bleed, offense level down, pretty strong. Yeah, this actually seems pretty good for a 2-star. That seems really fun. And the animations for her are amazing. I'm gonna do 1 10-pull just to see if we can get Gregor. Do you watch it be Blade Lineage Sinclair? Oh, we did get Gregor. Nice.
출전 전야는 반드시 고요한 법이죠.
Nice, and the Faust.
마침
Shard saved.
차올랐군요.
Everybody, see your thoughts on the identities. They seem pretty strong. It's a lot of like, we've gotten so much poise support in this season that I mean, poise is pretty strong at the moment. Look at this, the only identity. I hate it. Because I don't think getting him is ever going to be worth it. Like, look at this, to claim their bones. What? I mean, the paralyzed isn't bad, but hell no.
착수하지 않는 겁니까? 돌을 던질 수밖에 없는 형국이군요. 우리는.
Yeah, I was looking at Blade Lineage Yi Sang. He actually seems kind of worth it to up type 4. Yeah, let's check out the stories. I'm really interested in what the story is gonna be.
결국 내게는 반성 앞에 한수일 뿐이다. 아직 나의 한수는 끝나지 않았는데.
Here we go.
텐가?
I have made my move. So some old guy. So you have. An old man garbed in a glistening white dopo robe sat opposite the child, who wore a hat woven from horsehair and bamboo. I like the background music. The furnace was dark and unlit. The room was freezing. The two sat without even lighting a candle, the moonlight their only source of illumination. Yet the moon was fully waxed and bright enough to cast its cold light upon the black and white stones on the board. The second state counselor and his bodyguard were having a silent discussion via the game of Baduk. Apologies, young man. I was absorbed in thought. This is quite alright. We have not set a time limit for this game. What are these books back here? They kind of remind me of in Leviathan, we saw books about the taboos of the city. And I don't wonder, it kind of looks similar to that. Ha ha ha. The old man gently chuckled. He sat there for a moment, toying with the black stones in the bowl. Mind me not, second state counselor. I'm but a student in this match. It'd be unbecoming of me to bid you hurry. Yet you are quite impatient now, no? Oh yeah, this also takes place in S-Corp. Clack. The sound of smooth pebbles grinding against each other ceased. Has it been 7 winters already? Yes. I have been your protector for 7 years and 4 months, second state counselor. Time passes fast. May I ask for your opinion? I'm certain that your perspective may vary from mine. I was raised in affluence, yet you have clawed your way up from the bottom. Child began fiddling with the stones again, briefly absorbed in thought. Then he answers with a gentle voice. The path you walk is a dark and arduous one. But I believe that you walk that path with unyielding tenacity for the good of this nest and its feathers. Wait, is Blade Lineage part of a wing? The old man knitted his brows. Perhaps the child's answer wasn't what he was looking for. You've not once shared your opinion with me, ever since you became my protector. I suppose that is why I am content with you by my side. Apologize. A response must not have been to your satisfaction. Haha, there is no need for apologies. You had the potential to become a Blade of Clouds had you served the third estate counselor instead. So that's probably the Kurokumo. Is that not the title all those who walk the path of the blade in S-Corp seek? To be recognized as one of the very best in the nest. Okay, if the S stands for sword, that's gonna be kind of funny. Not even you would jest that you have never sought one such privilege. I'm your blade to wield, second state counselor. You are the one who chose me. Child responds immediately and indifferently. The blade follows the hand that wields it, and you are that hand, second state counselor. Ha, this is not a move one makes without nary a thought, young man. I saw no reason for hesitation. The old man, the second state counselor, smiled, but there was a tinge of woe in his eyes. That is your answer, then. I have something to ask of you, though I hardly deserve to. I will do as you command. Next week, I plan to present this appeal. May I ask you to protect me until then? I fail to see your purpose in asking me to do the duties that I am already intent on performing. Do you seek to dismiss me after this? Ha ha ha. I see that your talent and jests have grown since we first met. Written in this appeal are the hideous conspiracies, heinous deeds, and studies that have been conducted in secret. Uh-oh. Should the contents of my appeal be made public, it will shake S-Corp to its roots. That is the strength this appeal carries, and such revelatory strength begets those that seek to destroy it, assassins. Be my blade so that I may see this path to its end. That is my request. Shall be done. The child replied without a moment of hesitation. He had no reason to, because he never questioned the fact that it was his purpose to protect the second state counselor. And that is why the child could not even imagine that he would ever fail. The old man perished, despite the child's vow. He failed? The child's skills with the blade were unparalleled, yet there was only so much that a single person could manage. The power that be of S-Corp held resources and ploys that no single human could possibly withstand. No one in S-Corp quite knew who murdered the old man, or how he was murdered. He was killed in a manner that could never be traced. What? What does that mean? But the child knew. The old man's political enemy, the third state counselor, is doing. It is before sunbreak, not a soul stirs awake in this hour. There was another old man, sleeping, yet soon awakened by a noise from outside his window. Oh, the music is so good. What? Is there anyone out there? The old man peeked open the sliding paper door to his room. What? He came face to face with the child. It was you. How are you still alive? How did you even get in here? The child was surrounded by corpses of decapitated men. He glared at the third state counselor with a look of a fiend. There was naught but the silence of dead men who were once his bodyguards. Hey wait, that guy still got a head. I feel cheated. If you cut me down, it shall not end with your neck. Your entire family, your entire bloodline shall be purged. The royal court will send the Chu-no-kun against you. You must know how terribly tenacious they are. They will not let the borders of a nest stop them. S-Corp, a wing that places heavy emphasis on tradition and hierarchies, oft sends the Chu-no-kun after contractors who have fled or violated a taboo. Then S-Corp, the Fixers might as well be called Chu-no-kun. The Chu-no-kun sent by the royal court are known to be like the taboo hunters of other wings. They're deadlier and more tenacious than any pursuers. I think the only taboo hunters we've seen in Project Moon's work so far is from N-Corp with Vespa and Distortion Detective. I will not cut you down. Your death will change nothing. The child's voice is terrifyingly cold and collected. Let this be a warning still. A warning that if I ever find anyone who's capable of tearing these putrid roots from the ground, I will return. A warning that I can easily separate your pathetic head from your body as a blade cuts through weed. What? With that, the child disappeared into the early morning wind. Men, find the best Chunokun in the nest now. Arrest anyone who ever had ties to that man. I want them hung before me. The child left the third state counselor's echoing bellows behind and resolutely made his way to the borders of Escort. His persecuted fellows, who were barely maintaining their status as feathers at Escort. Those who wielded their blades under the banner of the Blade Lineage, who would one day return to this place with them by his side. This is Kim Post Library. Wonder where he ended up initially. Yeah, I'm curious about that too, but it doesn't seem like the Blade Lineage is actually with him here. Ooh, I do not have... Okay, we can get him to 4D. And upside 4. Okay, now let's check Faust. I don't know.
건물을 펼치기 좋은 밤입니다. 달을 머금은 칼날 끝에서 피어나는 꽃무리가 절정이죠.
Yeah, unless I'm reading that wrong, it kind of sounds like the Blade Lineage wasn't with him when he was in S-Corp, so... I don't know. It sounds like he's gonna bring them to S-Corp to fight Kurokumo. The world is abound with things of beauty. Scattering moonlight, the blooming red plum blossoms. Among all that is beautiful in this world, Faust considers these two the finest of them all. Faust is confident that she has read nearly every book in existence. No knowledge may escape Faust's grasp. Even still, to me, nothing else comes close to these two. Regardless, I'm okay. I can create new things with the strokes of my brush, put my thoughts to paper. We're to leave this home behind soon. Escorp can no longer be redeemed. The deluge of corruption, pouring from the headwaters and perverting every strand of waterways of this river, cannot be stemmed. We're but scholars of the martial arts. We cannot be a levy, let alone a dam to stop that flow. Yet, there are virtuous ones who seek to purify the rivers of these putrefactions. We, or at least our mentor, felt that we must help them. It may have been his personal sense of justice. Perhaps it was his own way of providing us with a last bastion to save our homeland. I've not inquired him, for he is a man of few words. I suppose his intentions behind this action matters not when we have already failed. We cannot stop the levy from leaking. I don't know why, that word throwing me off. The flood took us. He stood next to the levy to defend it, and it left us no choice but to abandon our home. It was no easy decision to leave the nest behind. Blade Lineage, under our mentor's guidance, were all small feathers, each minor officials of their own. Escorp sent the Chunokun after the mentor. We have lost many fellows in the process, yet I must consider ourselves lucky. Though our forces have dwindled, we were allowed to convene under the same banner once again. One day, I would like to paint a letter under the moonlight again. Before my brush with death does memories of the past return to me. Oh, what a cool line. I really like that. Why does that also sounds familiar? Like something from Ruina? So I wield this blade to protect my fellows, to prepare a new home for us. Though the red plum blossoms wilt with times and lose their beauty, I shall bloom them nonetheless, so that this fleeting moment may be treasured. How long has it been since we have departed our nest? Though I write not under the moonlight, I had a brief moment to write with my brush. My fellows have diligently sought a new home for us and led us to the back streets of T-Corp. It was already occupied by a different syndicate. It need not be said that conflict was inevitable. Something cast a shadow over the moon. They call themselves the Hugon Dark Cloud. I know I'm saying that wrong. Cloud may eclipse the moon for a brief moment indeed. But when the wind blows and when time passes, the cloud will scatter like any other. Before the majesty of the moon, the cloud is as insignificant as a speck of dust. This cloud shall be cast from the skies, like the splendid shower of plum blossom petals. May it be by my hands, our mentors, or another Solsus. Whoever it may be, the outcome is inevitable. The cloud shall scatter, and red plum blossom shall bloom from our foes. As it all should be. Interesting. I'm curious how our sinners tie into all of this. And now I'm out of thread. No. Oh, I guess she just wants to be at 39. And now, finally, we'll see Gregor's. Oh, do I even have enough thread? I don't have enough thread.
전부 자러 들어갔다고 방심하지 마라. 파도는 낮과 밤을 가리지 않으니 눈 크게 뜨고 잘.
Okay, now I do. The sinners are facing an urban nightmare threat.
담배만도 최고야. 날뛰기에는 최고의 몸 상태군.
The music seems more upbeat for these guys. You know what's cool about alcohol? It makes people honest. True. You know what? I've said this before. I feel like you can't really trust someone who won't drink, you know? Because it feels like they're really trying to hide something. I don't know. Kills your liver, makes you sloppy. Lots of downsides, sure, but I gotta say, it's got its uses. If you're a part of a syndicate, I mean, if you survive long enough in a syndicate, that is, you'll be getting some underlings. 3-4 underlings? Easily manageable. I can figure them out after chatting and working with them a few times. Once you start getting 10 or more underlings, it gets a bit hard to manage. It's supposed to be my eyes and ears, hands and feet, right? I don't want any bad apples in any of... Bad apples? Yuri? One bad apple could mess everything up, which means that I still gotta remain hands-on, which is annoying as hell. And that, my friends, is when alcohol comes in useful. Dude, I love this Gregor. And if I act like I just downed a whole ass barrel, they'll start to think, oh man, I get assigned to some brainless drunk as my captain. Especially our new recruits, who's never seen me sober. But then they start to let some things slip. Things that let me know who they really are. Pretty useful, huh? This alcohol. Now, come on, pour me some liquor already. Loyal underling. Seriously, Captain? You should have saved that speech for when the recruits ain't around. They're all here, you know. They are? It's been about 30 minutes since the child has started this slurring rant. His face was flat against the table the entire time, of course. It's unclear whether that fact registered or not as he continued to mumble at the poor subordinate who had the misfortune of sitting next to him. Listen up, boys and girls. Yes, sir. Just because our captain is a bit sloshed, it don't mean that he's just some common drunkard. You got that? Answers. Yes, sir, of course not. Come on, man. You're making me blush. Just shut up and pour, okay? The subordinate's effort to bring back semblance of dignity to this gathering was immediately dashed by the child's casual demeanor. I wish that the child would act with some gravitas for once. but that was probably a tall order for someone who holds these drinking parties pretty much every day. Well, he wasn't exactly worried for the child, though. He knew that the captain was the man who gets the job done, regardless of his usual demeanor. The man who knew when to get serious. Subordinate knew that very, very well. He'd been at the child's side for a long enough time to know. He knew that the child had a bizarre power to get over any hangover or drunkenness with a single roar. What? Every time he was assigned a job, he'd stumble up, roar, and he'd be sober. No hangover or anything. Is that the cure? The hangover cure? Just screaming? Alrighty, boys, are we ready to teach those hobos that dare to encroach on our territory a lesson? Yes, sir. Everyone's been whetting their blades in preparation for that very day, sir. Those blade lineage bastards have been a thorn in our side, not just to the patriarch, but to you as well. Well, the patriarch, well, that's none of my business, but hick. All I want to do is test their mettle, see what they're made of. Child downed the liquor with a single gulp, then let out a satisfied sigh. Backstreet swordsmen rarely ever really swing their swords for the love of it, eh? I bet you're the same, you. You learned how to swing that thing around just so you can strut about, puff chest and all, eh? Scared some people, make some cash. That's not it. That's not it. Come on, sigh. Kurokumo clans got a severe lack of boys and girls who are serious about the way of the blade. Did you know that our predecessor in the Kurokumo clan used to train in a real martial arts style? Many of them, in fact. Just look at us now. Child scratched his hair, obviously annoyed. Who knows? Maybe everyone who is serious about the blade just got tired of working for the thumb. Maybe that's why they all left the clan to make their own dojos and stuff. Am I wrong? But you know, I kind of don't blame some of these syndicates not wanting to work for the thumb, considering how oppressive they are. I don't know if you guys remember what happened to the Night Owls, but... Captain, you can't talk about the thumb like that. What if... I know. That's exactly why the Kurokumo clan's in the shitter right now. Making pocket money here and there, doing whatever they tell us to do, fighting whoever they tell us to fight. I joined up with the gang way too late for all the fun. The Kurokumo clan ain't a dojo. They've got syndicates and fixer offices for that kind of... Oh, are you telling me that I should just leave everything I've built up in the clan? Just to be a rookie again at some other place? Man, seriously? But, oh, I have such high expectations for the upcoming battle. They're special. I just know it. It's exactly why I'm in a good mood. Heh. The child was speaking from his heart. He's always loved to wield his blade, and that's what led him to joining the syndicate. But he was disappointed to learn that not many members of the Kurokumo clan shared his passion. Still, his passion for the blade was what brought him to a relatively high position of the captain within the clan. He soon became one of Kurokumo clan's best men for the upcoming strife. That's why so many of his men showed him proper respect. Subordinate laughed a little to himself. Tonight, he'll try to restore the captain's drained dignity among his men back to full. The captain didn't deserve such derision. He really was an impressive swordsman. Hey, where's my drink? Knocked it over with his head. Yes, sir, coming right up. Along with restoring his liquor cup to full, thus came the day of the strife. Kurokumo Clan, the Blade Lineage, it was a face-off. The tension between the two syndicates was palpable. Oh, Ryoshu, yep. But alleyway will soon be littered with blood and flesh of many men. Watch out for that one in the bamboo hat, boys and girls. It was as though the child had transformed from a common drunk to a captain overnight. With a commanding voice, he points at a man on the other side of the standoff. Huh? Oh, that weird-hatted guy? Oh, his sword has seen much blood, and his eyes of a blade fiend. Henchmen begin murmuring fearfully at the captain's warning. But that's exactly what the child wanted. Now that his men will try to steer clear of that one, he'll get the Hat Man all to himself. Blade Fiend or Blunder Fiend, I don't care. Let's split the clouds. The child shouted from the top of his lungs and unsheathed his blade. Oh yeah, also look at his arm. Yeah, he's got another prosthetic. And that's how the strife began. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really have the XP tickets. I wasn't thinking about this to level him up. But cool. We'll get into the story. So it seems like what this event is going to be is Blade Lineage fleeing from S-Corp, going into T-Corp where the Kurokumo are, and then some kind of fight happening there. Not accept any blank, let the blank bloom. Come on, pour me some blank already. Unsolicited advice, flowers and liquor. Nice.
전부 자러 들어갔다고 방심하지 마라. 파도는 낮과 밤을 가리지 않은.
Oh, we can look at this. Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for like any of that. I was pretty absorbed in the story. Earned Bloodied Scabbard via the following methods. Yep. Not even taking the sword? Oh, that looks cool. Look how cut up the background is. Yeah, I wonder what this cube is. I think it's a singularity. Not owned. The only one. Feels bad. I guess I should be using Gregor. Oh well. District 20 Backstreets. It's been a while since we entered the T-Corp backstreets. The deeper we go into the backstreets, the world outside the bus becomes increasingly colorless. Heathcliff, who's been looking out the window for a while, suddenly furrows his brow. Hey, cool dog, how are you doing? He's pro-alcoholic? I don't know, it's kind of like Gregor said. It makes people more honest. I think I'd agree with that. Even though it's not always the best. So we're finally here, eh? Heathcliff looked out at the rattling bus window with a dour expression. Though it wasn't raining, the world outside was gray and opaque like an overcast sky. Black plunging clouds of smoke had long devoured the atmosphere. So this is the kind of place Heathcliff used to roam. The color remains gray this deep into the heart of the back streets. I recall with quite the certitude that the T-Corp I arrived at after my departure from S-Corp was sepia-hued. Yeah, so basically in his chapter 4, what we saw then, this phenomenon can be explained by the fact that the technology used to drain our saturation is situated at the center of T-Corp. It has been reported that such variations in hue may occur in areas further away from its sphere of influence. Ah, I understand. Then two other sinners immediately jumped in on the conversation to direct it away from whichever obscure subject Yiseng and Faust were about to steer it into. Yeah, don't get them started, please. Oh, right, I had something to ask you guys. Oh yeah, me too. What? I mean, yeah, that's, oh yeah, the buildings here look a little different from where Yiseng used to live. I'm just wondering if there's anything up with that. Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to ask. Dot dot dot. It's been a while since we started on this journey together. I was starting to grow more comfortable with the sinners. Maybe that's why I found Gregor and Rodya's valiant effort to keep this conversation remotely incomprehensible to most occupants of the bus, pretty amusing. Allow me to elaborate then. To discuss the subject, we must first... Why does he got this smile like that? And he's saying, unknowingly shooting down their effort by jumping onto another complicated discussion was another sight I'd become familiar with. Dude, he's saying doing a little trolling. Very nice. Well, I was curious about the technology T-Corp uses to drain our color, and about the behind-the-scenes of T-Corp's operations. Wasn't something that could be answered now. I decided to table that discussion for later. Instead, I approached Heathcliff. He was sitting on his lonesome, clearly in deep thought. Clockhead. Still racking your head about what to wear to Wuthering Heights? What? No, it's nothing like that. Heathcliff protested, jumping up from his seat. Looks like I hit the nail right on the head. Fine, I was, a little bit, but I was mostly reminiscing about the past. I do remember hearing that Heathcliff used to live in the back streets. A part of some syndicate, if I recall correctly. Virgil did say that we were going through the back streets instead of going straight to the T-Corp nest for a reason, and that it was because of the company's orders. Maybe there's something for us to do here. Heathcliff did spend some time in the T-Corp back streets after all. Maybe we'll run into a golden bough here. No chance. If the golden bough was as common as any other twig in some back streets, why'd we be doing any of this globe-trotting waste of time? True, I guess. Besides, Wuthering Heights is quite the manor in more ways than one. You won't find it anywhere near some rundown back streets like this. There's a chasm of wealth between these poor alleyway sods and them. What? That's rather ominous. After all, they sent me an invitation. Quite obvious that we'll find our golden bough in that manor, in it, or at least somewhere in the same nest. Correct. We'll eventually travel to T-Corp's nest. Heathcliff continued to speak in a low voice. The hubbub from outside the bus seemed to blend with his words, turning into a mass of murmurs. There was a sort of commotion outside. Before we talk about wherever our eventual destination is, we'll have to clear the road of some blockage. Your intuition is half right, Heathcliff. Heathcliff, who was muttering to himself in an uncharacteristic daze, jolted awake. Bloody hell, what's wrong with you and the vroom vroom lass? Neither of you ever do anything with a proper forewarning. Simply did not see the necessity of warning you. Anyway, those outside the bus are our targets. Targets? I believe that he means to say that they must be eliminated. Thank you, Mersault. I feel compelled to let you know that that is not the only implication of the word target, though I am yet to be informed of the precise details of this mission, that is. Do you think we've been hired by S-Corp to go after Blade Lineage? Or maybe it could be helping Blade Lineage, I don't know. Regardless, you are to make contact with a target among them. Find the target, then extract the necessary intel. Is this clear enough for you, manager? Are we supposed to find this target if you're not even going to tell us who it is? Dante asks if there are any identifying characteristics to this target. Sure to find out when you get there. You're asking me questions I have no answers to, Dante. Don't waste your time. Wait, why wasn't he given details about who the target is? Seems silly. Well, off the bus all. I was somewhat wary of the way Virgil answered me, but even in murky situations like these, we've always managed to pull through anyway. I'm sure things will get a little clearer once we get there. I slowly disembarked the bus with the rest of the sinners. Okay. Level 40. First thing we noticed the moment we disembarked the bus was a crowd of swordsmen, all garbed in black cloaks, engaged in a fierce battle. One side was loud and bustling, while the other side was quiet and somber. Perhaps the latter side was losing. What could we possibly have to gain from this? Let's see.
피가 범람할 시간이요.
Should also put a fair amount of pride in here.
고래를 향해
And if we're doing resonance shenanigans, we could put Ishmael into.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
명령이라면
탄피가 떨어질 때군요.
You already have Dawn? She was like the, what, third event reward, right? Fourth? One's headed your way, Aniki. Don't worry about me, I'll handle him. Try not to get yourself killed. You got that? What do the numbers for Dawn look like? What a mess. We walked out of the bus and right into what appeared to be a battlefield of a violent gang war. Black cloaks fluttered under the gray sky, and bloodthirsty blades clashed violently. The bus had stopped not even 30 paces away from the thick of the battle. You need to purchase, so you spend the scabbards? Oh, I didn't know that's how it worked. You get to pick and choose how much grinding you want to do. That's kind of cool. They're the Kurokumo Clan? Kurokumo Clan. I've heard of them before. I'm sure we had some identities from that syndicate. Some identity card said Wakashu too. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should have put on Ryoshu's ID. Oops. They're a pretty large subsidiary of an even larger syndicate called the Thumb. I think the identities wore outfits similar to the ones they're wearing here. I think you're right. But who are they fighting? Gotta be a strife. Heathcliff replied in a monotone voice like he was reading from an encyclopedia. You can buy the same reward multiple times, but Lineage group is so powerful now. Yeah, with the buffs from Mersault, they definitely seem like they get a lot of good clash power. Heading over our site to see syndicates fighting one another in the back streets. It must be something about street tax or some other trivial turf dispute. Leeches, blood-sucking curs seeking to oppress and exploit the weak with violence. Aye, there's nary a place these scum do not infest. Dawn just pops in to say that and then like fades back into the alleyway. It ain't anything new, lass. Most syndicates are like that. The only difference between them is how far they're willing to go. Like, right, there he is. Looks like that one over there, one walking right at us. Heathcliff raised his bat and pointed it at the approaching man. He wore the same outfit as the other Kurokumo Clan members. What the hell are you looking at? Crowding like you're here to start shit. Gonna keep pointing that bat at me? You wanna go? Is that it? Hey, lower your weapon. Let's not do anything rash. No need to escalate this further, is there? Otis stepped in to warn Heathcliff, but he did not budge. He remained motionless, the bat still raised and pointed threateningly at the approaching man. No matter what we do here, it's a foregone conclusion. That we're going to have to fight him? Right on, lad. They're in the middle of a strife. They'll be real sensitive about making it clear that this is their turf. A better way to do it than forcing some unwitting travelers to pay the toll for the road. Yeah, looks like we've got a smart one here. The boy sneaks up behind him. Kurokumo Clan henchman strutted before us like he owned the place. And since I begin to wonder how dumb you could possibly be, show your shrewd detective side. Gotta say, it's a real mystery. Ishmael muttered at Heathcliff, who was shrugging at us with an expression that clearly read, "I told you so." You know, Heathcliff and Ishmael are the only two sinners who don't have a Blade Lineage or Kurokumo Clan identity now. They haven't even been teased either. Since it looks like you clowns already know how this works, let me get straight to the point. Goal is 500,000 on per person. Jeez. 500,000 on? Let's see here. 1, 2, right. I count 13 of you here. Since you guys all rode in on a bus, I'm sure there's a driver in there too. Forgetting about Virgil. Let's just skip out on us now. I'd like it if we didn't have to make this business messy, but going through the bus ourselves. Did you hear that, Dante? This is totally a highway robbery. Kind of is, isn't it? Well, it didn't really matter how much they were asking for. I wasn't going to negotiate with them anyway. Do we even have money? Ishmael turned and looked quietly in my direction. I nodded back. Halt, they're in that field of battle. Don Quixote pointed at something. Realize a wounded dame. We must make haste and rescue her. Thou wouldst agree, no? Just as Dawn said, I could catch a glimpse of someone bleeding out on the ground through the chaos of clashing blades and black cloaks. Boy, what did I say about this justice rubbish? This is a syndicate turf war, yeah? No one's more or less honorable than the other. Agreed. It is no complicated mathematics to expect unnecessary allied casualties in this effort should we involve ourselves in this conflict. Alas, I do not wish to leave her behind so undefended. Crying? I guess it's an improvement. In the early days of our adventures, we would have been dragged into this conflict 5 minutes ago thanks to Dawn recklessly failing its rescue attempt. I suppose she's learned her lesson by trials of fire. She was starting to show restraint for once. Yo, character development? But it's a bit different this time. Okay, so I do think that we have to help that woman, but... Oh, and she jumps in. What? Manager, I didn't think that this was what that nod was about. Oh no, I'm not saying that we should get involved because it's the right thing to do or anything like that. If Virgil was telling us the truth earlier, there's a chance that we were purposefully made to drive right through the strife, which means that there must be something here they're expecting us to find. They always put us in danger's way for a reason, after all. I just have a feeling that the wounded woman might have something to tell us, maybe an intel of some kind. And if it turns out that we were supposed to get that intel from the Kurokumo Clan and not that woman, I suppose we'll have to beat it out of them. Oh ho? Marvelous, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am actually awestruck by your genius. With a shaded face. Actually, what is she implying that her usual flattery is phony? I don't like the way you're treating the Kurokumo Clan like we're some pack of stray dogs. I mean, aren't they? Kinda. Well, I mean, they're not stray dogs. That's another syndicate. I don't think I missed that sympathetic look you gave her, which could only mean that you clowns are chummy with the Blade Lineage. You practically hear our negotiations. I thought I was going to negotiate, falling apart as the man drew his blade. Rational deliberation followed by a sensible decision. I returned my appreciation for your magnificent leadership with a flawless victory. All units, prepare for battle. intense. Panic type agitated. Taking damage up and then fragile. Yeah, a lot of bleed. Yep. Even Pectecula is scary. Oh yeah, the Pectecula got a glow up.
전수는 금기다.
No, the music's pretty good.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
I don't know why it kind of.
그렇지 않은 것.
I was gonna say it kind of reminds me that like what do you call that? The background vocals, the motif or whatever. Yeah, like that part there. It reminds me a little of Demon Slayer.
무대 배드.
기어를 깎는다.
Oh, we have 2 waves of enemies. Oh, how hard is their evade? Evade, gain 1 slash damage up next turn, once per turn.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 진리가.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I imagine pretty much everyone's heard about it, but Chapter 6 is getting delayed.
달을 베어내.
Yeah, I should have checked the. Because I think on the season pass thing, it should say like undetermined now.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
흉터의 결과요.
Yeah, I've always really liked the animations for Blade Lineage. I don't know who, which of these factions do you guys like more, Blade Lineage or Kurokumo? I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of a hard decision to make.
벤단 사월의 건.
저놈을 추적.
혈이 난자오.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Yeah, even Captain Ishmael is giving people
난자.
poise. Yeah, look how much Yisei is up to. What the hell? None, you like them equally?
잘뵐수 있을 것 같은데요?
I think I lead more towards Blade Lineage, only because of the fact I don't think Kurokumo has like has someone like Bamboo Hatted Kim, you know? Like, Seiyu's cool, but she's not,
아름다운 것.
you know, to claim their bones cool.
그렇지 않은 것. 희한하다.
And I'm 209? Look at that roll. 21 on a skill 2.
총원 불격.
욕창. 기어를
Kurokumo doesn't have anyone memorable.
달을 베어내. 기어를 깎는다.
I mean, I remember Sayo just because she was such a good unit in Ruina. Nice, we got him though. SAD, all bark, no bite. Truly a disappointment. Sinclair. No translation. While the rest of the sinners were slowly recovering from the excitement of battle, Don Quixote did not waste a second before bolting forth to the woman's side. Stand for sentence, such a disappointment. Oh, that makes sense. The Lineage saying dealt 360 with his skill 3. Yeah, I think he's actually going to be good at Uptype 4 with other Blade Lineage units. Oh, she looks cool. Art thou? I must check thy pulse. Oh, you can check her pulse through her forehead? Didn't know that was possible. The lady lives. Yeah, isn't there... It's like on the... Isn't it to the side of your forehead? You can like feel there's a vein there. Oh yeah, I read that. So this last has the intel we need. The sinners one by one began to gather around the woman. She was dressed in an all-black garb like the Kurokumo Clan members, but her weapon and her outfit were unmistakably distinct. I was gonna say she association, question mark, but I don't think the sheath looks like it. Like Lineage, huh? I looked around at the defeated Kurokumo Clan members, then back at her. The difference became even more apparent. Dawn slowly and tragically shook her head after checking the pulse on others. Executive Manager, I've questioned some Kurokumo Clan members during the battle, but no notable intelligence has been gained. She appears in the Library of Runa art book. Does she? I feel like she looks a little familiar. It's just her then. I hope my gut feelings prove me right. Lady doth appear to be the sole survivor. Let's move her to the bus and administer first aid post haste. What dost thou see to that? Yeah, don't see any other way. We don't carry a first aid kit with us, and I can't turn the clock to heal her, so... They don't carry a first aid kit? Oh, I mean, I guess, why would they, right? Ursula, do you mind carrying her back to the bus? I do not. Thus we made our way back to the bus, Ursula carrying the dying Blade Lineage member. Oh, Virgil doesn't like this? I see that you hauled in another baggage. Virgil didn't seem very happy about this. Manager, since when did bringing in unauthorized, unverified guests into our bus become such an acceptable practice? We had no choice. We have to save her first if we're going to get any answers out of her. Alta explains that this individual will be of no use to us deceased. If she carries the intel we need, then we must first ensure that she survives. On that, Faust agrees with Dante's decision. What's done is done. However, do be mindful of bringing in strangers onto this bus from now on, Dante. What I feel like, this feels like foreshadowing to me. Like maybe we'll encounter something like this again. I had a feeling that Virgil had much more to say than that, but he simply sighed and dropped the subject. Welp. I believe that Manager Esquire hath made a decision most just. Thanks. Just as I was starting to dread that this bus was doomed to be eternally uncomfortable, Yiseng emerged from the back door with good news. With a good news? So just one? I've done what I can. Now... And before he even finished his sentence... Oh yeah, this face looks way similar, but... This kind of reminds me of a young Purple Terror. Woman was awake.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Why is the inside of a bus still nautical? It wasn't like that in the art. Brought the wounded woman aboard the bus. Virgil was none too happy about it, but I'm pretty confident in my decision. I'll see this through to the end. Looks like she's waking up. Oh, yeah, we don't even have to use them. We can just put them on the bench. Don't have his. Feels bad, man.
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
You're almost done? You're just missing the dungeon? Is the event short? Where? TB. Welcome to the bus. And oh, we are in Odachi? Ha! The Blade Lineage woman sprang from her prone position. Grabbing the sword next to her, she held the grip of her blade, ready to draw it at any moment. Identify yourselves. Are you with the Kurokumo Clan? No. So we're... Why does that woman wield an Odachi? Uh-oh. 12. Tisk, she'll not listen. We should kill her. Ryoshu? She pisses me off for two reasons. One, she refused to listen, making this conversation longer than it needed to be. Two, she dared to compare their scrap metals to my blade. Interesting. Is there any reason for me not to proceed with her oof clock? Just make sure, is it true that you don't need to use the bonus identities to get the bonus currency? No, you don't need to use them. As long as they're even on your bench, it still counts, so you get a bonus from it. You don't have to use them specifically in fights. Yeah, there is. She can't tell us anything if she's dead. I'm sure there are ways. Wait, aren't there actually? I feel like that was a thing. Oh yeah, that was something Ayan did with the lobotomies. Tisk. Ryoshu often shows bursts of emotion in the most unexpected times, but at least she listens when I ask her to, which is a relief. I suppose your blade is not exactly like theirs. Your uniform is certainly different. And you, who might you be? You certainly wear a rather loud timepiece. Are you unable to communicate otherwise? They are our manager. Their vocalizations will not reach your ears. And dude, the more I look at her, the more I'm just reminded of Purple Terror. Recognize the scent your voice carries. It's familiar. Being from S-Corp? Even in the districts that I have resided in, have I not met fellows who speak as I do? Speak as you do indeed, yet I sense familiarity in your choice of verbiage. You must be from District 19, S-Corp, are you? Though I have fled, that is where I hail from. I see, so you've also left your home behind. Abrupt music change. My compatriots off to share the same fate as we do. Okay. A dark expression? Voice has scent. He's saying has not brushed his teeth. Perhaps meeting someone from the same home district helped. The woman visibly relaxed before slumping down on a nearby chair. Her breathing was labored. Yeah, she's all cut up. My name is Yi Sing. I've operated on the wounds you have suffered. So I've acted with such brutishness despite your kindness. Please, accept my apologies. Call me Ongdu. I'm a Salsa from the lineage that deals in blades. That's a weird way to say blade lineage. Oh, Dante, maybe we can leave the talking to Yi Sang this time. Looks like we can sit back and let him handle this. I nodded, replying quickly to Radia's whispers. You're from District 19, S-Corp territory, then you must be aware of who we are. I'm somewhat aware, though I am far from acquainted with tales from the streets. I've heard that the blade lineage is bound to no master, no land, yet whence do you flee? It is a tale far too long to be shared in full. All I may divulge is that we had no choice but to seek a territory for us to thrive in. Perhaps there is aught that we could do to assist, should you deign to impart us the particulars of your pursuers. I can't remember, did the rest of Yi Sang's friends talk like this, the League of Nine? I feel like they didn't really have the same scent to their voice. Hongdu shot a sweeping glance at all of us. Her eyes appeared heavy with crushing exhaustion. If you and your fellows were skilled enough to defeat this group of foes, then all of you must be quite capable. Kurokumo Clan has put a bounty on our heads, our mentor, my fellows, all of us. Hold on, this ain't just any other strife then. It sounds more personal than your usual turf war. As it has always been, District 19 is fraught with corruption and disturbance to the lives of the public. There's very little that us men and women of the Blade, who seek not else but to train and walk the path of martial arts, can do to change the wing now known as Thalpipio Agroindustries or S-Corp. Okay. As the old saying goes, what other choice does a monk who abhors his temple have but to leave it behind? Thus we have departed from our home. But the people of S-Corp suffer still. We departed in search of a new home. It was no easy journey. Most territories have already been made home by others. In order for us to settle, conflict was unavoidable. In the midst of those conflicts, I have the memory of our mentor bringing us an invitation to enter a library of sorts. Yeah. Virgil, who had been sitting quietly with one leg over the other on a chair far from the rest of us, visibly reacted. I think I remember the word library always got a genuine reaction out of Virgil. Wait, why? Well, I guess Virgil, it'd get a reaction out of him because Tom Mary was dropped on his orphanage. That makes sense. I don't think he has any other connection other than that. You have the memory. Quite an odd way to phrase your own recollection. We arrived at the library, hoping to escape the Kurokumo Clan's clutches. But all we had done was to lead ourselves into just another field of battle. We were handily defeated. Then, all of a sudden, we found ourselves stranded in the back streets of T-Corp. On our waking, the bizarreness of such an experience can only be described by an expression just as odd. Mentor bamboo-hatted Kim. Her eyes suddenly widened mid-sentence. Hongdu leaped from her seat. I believe that our mentor remains there still. Let's make haste to Yongjin building. Be not so hasty. Such wild movements may tear the wounds that I have. Yeah, too late. What the heck, is she dead? It is no surprise that a sudden rise in blood pressure in lieu of blood supply would cause one to faint. She's merely lost her consciousness. Thank you, Faust. Phew. You were right, manager. She did have some useful intel for us. Yongjin building. I suppose we have some business there then. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I don't know what this has to do with our mission, if any. Or maybe it's that library that we should... Danger, danger. Bunch of people in Mephi's way, swinging swords around, black clothes. Passengers move out, protect Mephi. Executive manager, they appear to be Kurokumo Clan's reinforcements. Well, what can we do? It's time to kill. I have to think about this later. For now, let's take care of the reinforcements. Okay.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요?
저놈을 추적해.
Is she gonna do it twice? Yeah. Or are these guys actually fatal to slash? So they're weak to it? Does that make them bad swordsmen? That should be like the one attack type they're used to, no?
총원 불격! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리겨졌다. 우리의
Yeah, her getting with a kill with skill 3 gives everyone, or gives, what, 2 allies poise, right? It's weird how Captain Ishmael just kind of fits into any team.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요?
Let me double check.
입을 열 시간이 있나? 고래에 집중해.
Yeah, gain 2 poise and gain +4 poise count. Like that stagger pose.
뼈를 깎는다.
Yeah, these guys gain a lot of poise. Never losing. Yeah, I want to see if he has a unique counterattack. We'll watch him.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
저놈을 추적해.
Did he even get hit? I don't think he did.
총원 불격!
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것,
Damn, that's crazy. You know, I didn't think this Faust identity would be
되는 건 즐겁네요.
that amazing, but she's actually dealing a lot of damage.
뼈를 깎는다.
Yeah, just in 2 fights, that's the second time we've seen her hit for over 200.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다.
Better than Mersault?
그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건 틀림없는 사실이죠.
When we returned to the bus, an oddly familiar yet previously unacquainted person was waiting for us. Wearing a blue uniform, slightly different looking vest, but the uniform does remind me of some people we've met before. Why did Virgil let her board the bus? The uninvited.
꽃을 피워볼까요? 무대배들
Yeah, I'm really curious if Ishmael and Heathcliff are gonna get Kurokumo and Blade Lineage identities. I feel like Heathcliff would get a Kurokumo one though.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
I feel like it fits his personality a little more.
그렇지 않은 것.
살을 빼어내.
Dungeon is surprisingly easy. I mean, if you have to farm it, I feel like they made the last dungeon pretty easy too,
된다면
just so it's easier to farm. That would have been fighting Santanta.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Yeah, this might be the coolest skill 1 animation we have. Yeah, it looks so slick. A little step back.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 혈이 난자하오. 흉터의 결과요.
That's a lot of pride. You know, I was thinking about this. Mersault's base ego kind of works with this, doesn't it?
연기다.
Yeah, giving him 4 attack power down. You can... So would that bring this down to 8?
된다면 사활을
It's actually a really funny way to get his skill 3 to claim their bones to go off.
내는 건 즐겁네요.
Do we even call to claim their bones a skill 3? Feels wrong.
저놈을 추적해.
Something so amazing happens, but you won't spoil? But you better not.
살을 빼어내려. 끝.
24 on a skill 2. Man, Blade Lineage is insane. That's actually crazy.
혈이 난자하오. 흉터의 결과요.
207 from Yisang. Consult, you're wondering if we'll eventually get a Yujin identity that boosts the other Shi identities? Oh yeah, for sure. The question is, when do we run into the Shi again? And I don't know. Because the upcoming chapters are Heathcliff and then Dawn. And I doubt Dawn is going to have anything to do with Shi. I don't know. Return to the bus after dispatching the Kurokumo Clan members that attacked the bus. Hello? Is this an after team member? Maybe? Only to be greeted by an unfamiliar face. There was a woman sitting in the frontmost seat of our bus. Interesting guide. I believe that we both made it quite clear that no guests are to board the bus without prior consultation. That discussion was not even an hour ago, in fact. Yes, we did. No outsiders, to be exact. Isn't it clear as day as to who she is? Is it? Notice that she was wearing a dark blue uniform with the logo clear emblazoned on her chest. Are you from the before team? Oh, it is the after team manager clock. Wait, did he understand Dante or Chi? What? Hold on. It's a she. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Right, I could see that she was wearing a red emblem on her shoulder. Huh? Wait, can she hear what you're saying? No, don't have any talent in TikTok interpretation either. But it was pretty easy to tell with that blank, stupid look they were giving me. And the look of a clock. Is it? Okay. I feel like this scene here is trying to give credence to the idea that Virgil doesn't understand Dante. Because in the prologue, Virgil, it seemed like he clearly understood what Dante was saying at a couple of points. I think this is supposed to be putting that theory to rest. Man, I don't know. Don't you even have the common decency to mince your... Ishmael scowled, able to tell the woman off, until she coughed and collected herself. Maybe she suddenly recalled her old attitude. I am team leader Kaiman. Limbus Company clearance after team at normal operations unit 2. I don't think I've ever seen anyone from the after team in person. Of course not. All that them blokes do is sweeping in to pick up the spoils after we've done all the hard work. Let me set some things straight. Backstreet's mutt. Alright, I like her. What? The after team is charged with cleaning up the mess you ungrateful wastes of lives leave behind. Sweeping in to pick up the spoils? No, we do the very difficult work of sweeping your stinking shit under the rug. So, do you think the after team worked with the middle somehow? So that we're not in their book anymore? Dude, please. Of how the team is 4 samurais, 1 pirate, and 1 gun. Yeah. It's weird. Like I said before, Captain Ishmael just fits into this team so well. Waste of lives? Is that how you guys see us? Oh, that's not all. Waste of lives, bumper cars, the most expensive bus in the world, meat shields, maniacs with more luck than they deserve, and then some. Doesn't seem like the most relevant conversation topic for now, though. Okay. I'm getting like PTSD from being in boot camp with the way she talks. If she calls us maggots, I'm gonna lose it. You better change your tone now. If you give me one reason to, then I will. Unfortunately, it is my personal philosophy to be stubbornly set in my ways unless I'm given a good reason to change. It's a good philosophy. Sure, it's your job to collect the golden boughs no matter what, but I'm having a lot of trouble scrounging up even an ounce of respect for a group of half-wit idiots who don't give a damn about people who have to clean up after them. Alright, we gotta get these guys made uniforms, if that's what they're doing, right? That's enough, team leader Kaiman. Very well. I wasn't sent here to reprimand them. I'm here to relay the orders from the head office. Kaiman produced an envelope, opened it, and pulled out a paper from within. She began to read out loud. LCB, additional mission assignment prior to T-Corp. Golden Bough Retrieval Operation. 1. Eliminate and or secure the distortion in the area. 2. Recover the monolith, an artifact in the shape of black is this steel or stelly? This word's come up before. From the same site. A monolith? What's this now? Distortion? Are you saying that they've already distorted? Is this gonna be bamboo-headed Kim? I don't know. Limbus Company clearance is not a part of this extra operation. I was merely ordered to relay this information to you as I happen to be taking care of some other job at T-Corp. I believe that our one and only mission was to recover the golden boughs. Since when did it become our job to play errand boy fixers? Since now. Besides, I don't see what the difference is between an average errand boy and your team. All you ever do is picking up and delivering the golden bows, no? Right, I guess the after team is full of grouches like you, huh? Ardia grumbled like she was imagining a department full of caimans. Could you imagine? Imagine them being in the hatchery, all fighting each other, talking like this. Hammond quietly took a sweeping look at the complaining sinners, then approached me. Manager Clock. Yes? Can't hear what you're saying anyway, so just listen. Allow me to kindly explain some things for you and your minions, since all of you appear to be so out of the loop. Hammond crossed her arms and leaned against the bus seat as though she was about to start a lecture. LCB's primary objective is to retrieve the golden bows, yes, can't deny that. But parading around telling everyone that Limbus Company specializes in retrieving the golden bows would be stupid, don't you agree? It's not exactly the most lucrative business, if at all. Suppose so. I've been wondering about the company's finances for a while. Where do we even get our funding from? Well, there's no need for you to concern yourself with the company's finances. We have much more than enough capital to do what we want. What the company really lacks, however, is public standing and a cause. A cause? Limbus Company decided to find our cause in distortions. No significant organization has yet taken charge of managing instances of the distortion phenomenon. Gus told me some time ago that it hasn't been long since the distortions began appearing in the city. This company is building a reputation as a professional distortion prevention and control company that doubles as a research center for the distortion phenomena, which means that we need to produce real results, in more ways than one, that is. Okay, this is a cool turn. I did hear that this epidemic of distortion phenomena can be pretty annoying to deal with. No one has properly defined what these distortions truly are. This means that not many are willing to jump into dealing with this new phenomenon blind. I did hear that some are preparing to launch an association primarily dealing with distortions, but that's all it is, an association. We intend to deal with it on a corporate level. Interesting. A whole new association? I mean, I guess in the original ending for Ruina, that is what the Purple Tear was trying to do. So that makes sense. Right, but how's it any of that our business? What reason do we have to go out of our way to tussle with those distortions? Here's how it's your business. The order came all the way from the top, the highest authority of our company. Don't they teach you how to follow orders in the slums? That does it. You're not leaving this bus alive. Manager. Hammond ignored Heathcliff, who was visibly fuming, and turned to face me. My attitude toward your minions, and the company's attitude toward them. It all depends on the choices you make and your leadership. With that, she produced an envelope from under her arm and handed it over. At the end of the day, though, the choice is yours. Your men aren't completely wrong. If you'd like to focus solely on your primary mission, the Golden Bows, then fine. It's not like the company is going to kick you and your meat shields out. But do understand that the company's treatment of the sinners may change depending on what you decide to do here. Virgil listens quietly, his eyes shut. Now then, Red Gaze, I'll be taking my leave now. Until next time. Fine, but next time, I'd prefer it if you would watch your language. These meat shields are still under my guidance, so try not to disturb me as well, Well, that depends on what the manager does, doesn't it? Excuse me. She left, leaving nothing but the awkward silence behind. Is she gone? Bloody prick. After that brief moment of quiet, everyone began sighing and complaining as though they'd just been ungagged. Almost burst a blood vessel listening to all that. I thought I'd softened my temper with age. Still, good work keeping things non-violent, guys. I don't think she said anything wrong, though. Hong Lu, what? I found her manner of speech quite convenient. There was no need to unnecessarily read between the lines. I had little trouble understanding her and organizing my thoughts accordingly. Thank you, Mercel. I guess that's one way of looking at things. Anyway, she's right that we really don't have much say in the matter. If the company asks us to do our jobs, we do our jobs. I don't have anything to add myself. I have no issue with following orders. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I tried my best to cheer up the sinners as I opened the envelope she left behind. Not much of note was in there. One old-fashioned walkie-talkie, a bunch of signed and stamped paperwork. And... Huh? Mission location. Yongjin building. Oh, it's gonna be him. Let's go, Charon. Yongjin? Right, Verge, got it. I'm feeling it. Bzz, bzz. Here we go, vroom vroom. Judging by their lack of surprise, both Charon and Virgil already knew where to go. And the bus took off.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
I feel like there's a lot to break down in that scene.
정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
You know, I was wondering though, so from the previews, it kind of looks like Bamboo-Hatted Kim didn't fully distort though. To me, it seemed more like when Philip was first developed his partial ego in Ruina. So I don't know, we'll see.
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
Because yeah, like I said, in the preview, he didn't really look distorted like what we've seen
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
in Runa or Limbus so far. He looked like he was still mostly himself. All pride?
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
기세가 수그러지는 반격의 저놈을 쭉
좀 더 잘 될 수 있을 것 같아요.
살을 베어내고 살을 베어내고.
Wait, where am I getting pride power up from?
소준 중입니다.
Is that her?
시속하게 용건을.
즐기고 계신가요?
Huh.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
피한다. 왼발장전. 피한다. 안심이라. 고통 없어.
강도배들 아름다운 것 그렇지 않은 것
Yeah, this new Faust identity is so strong. This is amazing.
살을 베어내고.
좀 더 잘 될 수 있을 것 같은데요. 재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
No, other than Kurokumo Clan, I actually really like this team comp.
혈이 난자 흉터의 결과요.
이 작살은 필살의 심령이다.
There's poise.
담겨있지. 이 작살은
Oh wait, what level are these guys? Ishmael is losing,
담겨있지.
or she did have a negative sanity. So they're higher than 40?
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
Something continued to nag at the back of my mind during the frequent stops in combat encounters. There was this one thing I just could not understand. This is pretty much expected from Virgil at this point, but if he already knew where we were going and why, would it hurt to tell us for once? I muttered to myself while looking toward the back of the bus where Hongdu slept. She was still out cold. Come on, Faust. I legitimately think that this is something we have to talk about. Can you please relay my question to Virgil? If you won't do it, then I will. A journey can't always be sunshine and rainbows. Some friction is necessary. You there, guide. Alright, not a great way to start off a conversation with Virgil, but okay. Fetch relayed my question and then began to share some of her own grievances with Virgil. Oh, here we go. Tossing her out of the bus. A lot of her own grievances. Are you finished? Well, you're not wrong. I did hear most of the details through the radio. And here's why I didn't tell you in advance. It's because you're the kind of people who never learn until the problem crashes through your front door. Would you have done anything differently if you knew in advance? It only served to give you an excuse to whine about it. So there it is. What now, manager? Will you refuse this mission? How could I? They're already treating us like dirt. If I refuse this, I can't imagine how much worse it'll get. I'm sure you're thinking, how could I? And you'd be right. Mind reader. I can tell from the way he's looking at me that he already knew what I was going to say. I'm starting to wonder if he really can't hear me. I don't know. What do you guys think? I really think Virgil can understand him. I don't know why. There's just something that bothers me about Virgil. Or no, I shouldn't say bothers me. But it's more like there's more there. Our guest is awake. You think he can't? Yeah, I just really don't know. And also, something else that kind of bugs me, or not bug, I shouldn't put it like that. But something I've been thinking about is how different this Virgil is from the Divine Comedy. Because like in the Divine Comedy, Virgil, you know, the poet, he reliably guides Dante through, you know, the Inferno, Purgatory, and then that's it. But here he kind of treats Dante like dirt, which is really odd. You go and ask her for directions, manager. Karan's intuition can only take us so far. Again, this would have gone much smoother if we had been told where we were going from the start. But like always, Virgil felt the need to add comments like that before shutting me down and turning away. He'd already closed his eyes. Hey Satoa, how do the new IDs feel? They are strong. Even the new Faust identity, which I wasn't expecting too much out of. Or I shouldn't say that. I thought she was going to be kind of overshadowed by Mersault. But that has not been the case. She's been crazy strong. they're a lot of fun. I'll say that. We've also been using Blade Lineage Yi Sang, you know, from season 1, and he's hit over 200 a couple of times with his skill 3, which is pretty nuts. Yeah, a lot of good synergy with all the Blade Lineage that makes them fun. Allow me to explicate our present circumstances to her. Hussein got up with an awkward smile in an attempt to clear the air. After some time, Hussein seemed to have successfully explained her circumstance to Ongdu. She was standing next to Karan, trying to give her proper directions. She had also told us that as long as we assisted her with her mission, she wouldn't mind us taking the Black Stele for ourselves. It turns out right there. They've already set up camp there. People dressed in Kurokumo Clan's garbs were wandering around the building, standing guard before its entrance. To mentor bamboo-hatted Kim. Delaying further will only allow the distortion to grow more powerful. Must enter the building as soon as possible. Hongdu had already leapt out of the bus and was rushing in with her weapon drawn. We quickly followed suit. What are these boards even doing here? What the heck? I didn't really look around the background. I think something else I've noticed about the background is there are no signs or anything. Only these plain lamps and stuff.
된다면 사월을 건다.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 혈이 난
저놈을 쭉!
흉터의 결과요.
된다면 사월을 건다.
흐트러지게 아름다운 것. 그렇지.
Oh yeah, something I want to ask you guys. How many of you were here for launch day of Limbus?
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요? 되는 건
Or
즐겁네요.
even just played Limbus at launch? Yeah, I remember that was a very funny day.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
You were Walter? Yeah, in case you weren't, the first day of Limbus, the game had so many people trying to play. I think it was like over 20,000 just on Steam. I don't even know if it was more on mobile, but it was so many people trying to... Oh, we could actually try to lose this. But yeah, it was so many people that the game just could not be played. It's kind of like what Helldivers 2 is going through right now. I've staggered him. You had server issues for almost 3 weeks? How is it so long? I remember we had issues the first day, and then I managed to stream past that. Played at launch, but skipped the most of season 2.
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 기회다!
skip season 2.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게
이
할게요.
작살엔 필살의 심령이
Season 2 wasn't that bad.
저놈을 흡족해.
살을 베어내고
Helldivers is so much fun. I haven't played it myself, but
흉터의 결과요.
I really like the... I don't even know what to call it. I guess just the overall humor and tone of the game is pretty funny. Ah, damn it. Looks like this was the last one of them. Scared of the gacha? So you've warmed up to it? Well, the way I've always talked about the gacha in this game is that gacha seems like almost an afterthought in that it was tacked on to the game. So while I don't like the idea of gacha very much, this game doesn't really seem to have a problem with it. So, the aroma of blood, some splattered fresh, some old and growing viscous. I can already tell that there will be a collage of different blood splatters waiting for me in there. I'm excited to see this collection for myself. ... This one expresses brutal thoughts with such nonchalance as one muses about their next meal. Yep, that's Ryoshu. Whichever may be the case, the way is open. We must move with haste. Hongdu did not hesitate for a second before disappearing into the building's entrance. Man, I'm impressed by her energy. Wasn't she knocked out cold just a few minutes ago? It is sheer willpower that moves her. What other choice does she have when her superior is captured? From the name alone, I expected a Yongjin building to be much taller than just 6 floors, building and all. It is a common naming convention in the back streets. Looked up toward the rooftop of the building Honglu was looking at. Suddenly it grew curious. What time is it right now? Need a mirror? What? No, he needs a watch. The head doesn't actually tell time, you know. Oh, okay. Dude, Radia got me with that one. I'm kind of surprised Dante caught the joke. It is 2:10 in the afternoon. 2 in the afternoon. It's not midday, but it's not supposed to be this dark, is it? How is it this gloomy and dark at 2 in the afternoon? I'm starting to lose my sense of time in here. It seems particularly darker around this area we're in. Well, compared to the smoke war days, it's still bright as a sunny day. I suppose that's true. The back streets of T-Corp are known to be in a perpetual state of murkiness. Their machines ceaselessly discharge heavy plumes of smoke which cloud the skies. That and the constant color drainage keeps the back streets of T-Corp dark and dreary. Of course, I must also inform you that the conditions have improved somewhat after the smoke war due to the various extenuating, prohibitive conditions introduced by the outcome of that war that limits the production of smoke. Before the war... We have no time for idle chatter, come now. No, I wanted the lore! And dude, that's actually a lore I want. More stuff about the smoke war? Hurry toward Hongdu's urgent cries. Do they even breathe with all those smog? Did they just do their best? You know, that would be really gross. I can't imagine that amount of smoke in the air. There are more Blade Lineage bastards left? What the? The last took them all out already. There were nothing but mewling minions. The size of their bravado ill-matched their immature skills. They foolishly decided to stand their ground instead of retreating upstairs. The radio? Mewing? An electric buzz of sorts played from the radio I had stashed in my clothes. Someone calling this radio? The sound became much clearer when I unfolded the antenna from the radio. LCD here, LCD here. Can you hear me? Acknowledge, come on. The voice coming from the other end of the radio was upbeat, to put it mildly, and very chaotic. Okay, I just have to press this button, right? And amnesia sure is a bitch, huh? Well, I'll talk, but it's not like you can hear... Ah, they actually tick-tock. Don't laugh at that. Oh right, I called you for a reason. I'm just calling to relay a message, so don't bother responding. Yeah? Okay. We don't have much time, so let me keep it short. Remember that black steel you guys were sent to retrieve? The monolith? I'm picking up a super huge bump in the monolith signal in the area near you. That signal can force people to distort, for your information. I wonder why. Can force people to distort? And we know people distort whenever they're going through, you know, high emotions. So I guess if there's something that can bring out your emotions, maybe that would be why. Force people to distort? We have to contain it before that seeping signal goes completely out of control, okay? What the heck is this? Oh, my bad. I've got some stuff going on over here too, you know? Anyway, I gotta keep this short, so let me just emphasize that time is of the essence here. Over and out. The call dropped before any of us even had the chance to say anything. She's, pretty lively, huh? We don't have time to sit around dumbfounded, clockhead. Let's crack on. Everyone, I think the elevator's broken. I see that you and your fellows now also have a reason to hurry. Say that we break through their lines and rise through the stairwell. What say you? We don't have a choice. Come on, let's go. Put the radio back in my pocket and began running up the stairs. Typo? 1300 free lunacy? Wait, what's the typo?
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Hold on. I must know. Wait, it's not on their Twitter? Oh, were you talking about the muling? Oh, we have to climb all the way up here? Oh, what? What is this? This kind of looks like one of those Golden Bow portals. Like we saw in Chapter 4.
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
I'm actually getting Chapter 4 PTSD. Going all the way up this building. Oh man. Phew, seriously, the stairwell is a real challenge, isn't it? Not the Kurokumo Clan guys. Curious, is it not? What is? They filled this stairwell full of weaklings who clearly don't know what they're doing. Perhaps they weren't trying to stop us from going upstairs. Perhaps they were afraid of retreating upstairs. No, it can't be. Hongdu's expression darkened. Maybe she had an inkling of a bad omen. Dost thou worry for thy mentor? I carefully sidled to Hongdu's side with a sympathetic expression. How could I not? What kind of person was Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Hongdu appeared conflicted, as though she was having trouble organizing her own thoughts. She shook her head and sighed. He was a steadfast man. Protected what needed protecting, killed what needed killing. He was always one of the Blade Lineage's finest. I dare say that he was one of the most skilled swordsmen within the lineage. One of? Could you imagine meeting someone more skilled than him? Man of few words who always sought to take good care of those under his wings. If only he hadn't made that decision, my fellows would not have met such a terrible fate. Oh. Sinclair half opened his mouth, apparently curious about what that decision might have been. But he soon realized that this was probably not the time to pry and quietly closed his mouth. Whatever may be the case, I have no choice but to make haste. And we have no choice but to make haste with her.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
And we already know what the choice was.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이.
To mess with the, what was it, the third fate counselor? To go against the corruption and escort.
된다면 사월을 건.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요.
저놈을 추적해.
일발 장전.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
He's saying just rolled a 15 with his skill 1.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
된다면 사월을 건다. 육청.
He still managed to win that. I was actually kind of hoping he'd
좀 더
lose.
잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요.
아름다운 것. 피어나.
저놈을 추적해.
Yeah, at some point I'll try to get to claim their bones to go off. I imagine probably in whatever dungeon fight we get to.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
육청.
Yeah, these things rolling 16 with skill
저놈을
1s.
추적해. 기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회. 저놈을 추적해.
피어나. 아름다운 것. 피어나. 피어나.
Limbus only players will now experience the struggle of trying to lose yield. You know, I'm the guy that did that over 123 times.
새로운
video.
나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다. 그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건 틀림없는 사실이죠.
Animation compilation. That was a really fun one, though. Oh, and you know, someone told me I forgot Yasad.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
They were right. I forgot about Yasad.
총원 불격.
육청.
His extermination of geometrical organ result chains of others awakening skill. Yeah, I was thinking of that too.
혼수는 금기다.
This group kind of lacks envy for it. Yeah, that means it'll roll an 8, which 8 is pretty easy to beat, right? For these guys.
아름다운
한 발을 위해
Actually, do I need these? I mean, we'll probably kill here, so let's go ahead and actually use Chains of Others. Oh, we don't have a skill 3 coming up. Dang it.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 흉터의 결과요.
Wait, did he just... Why did the damage go through the evade there? Did you guys see that? That guy clearly rolled a higher evade. Huh.
무례가들.
Okay, we have one coming up. Let's see if we can actually do it. I feel like we're gonna end up killing all of them. Get 2 magic bullets. I think they're all gonna die. Or be staggered.
저놈을 추적해. 저놈을 추적해.
수많은 것들이 움직여온다.
Yeah, I love how well Bullet Otis fits in this team. Man, all the this is going to be a really fun team comp to run in Mirror Dungeons for sure. Hey, does he even clash? Oh, he doesn't even get a clash. Well, I guess we just kill.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
반격의 기회다. 저놈을 추적해. 기세가 수그러진
흉터의 결과요.
반격의 기회다.
흉터의 결과요.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다. 그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건 틀림없는 사실이죠.
I'm really wondering if the Faust identity is better. Also, do I have enough for Dawn? Oh, 500, I do. Hold up.
주도라니 본인은 그런 건 잘 모르네만.
Okay, hold up. I'll skip her story. Oh, we didn't really go through all these.
아, 다 나같이 소란스러워서 말일세.
Just because I want to get through the event.
산책이나 해도 되겠는가?
Also, it has been a ton of reading so far. I'll come back to her story later if I have time for it. Yeah, I've been busy. Okay, how much can I even level her up? Like, not at all. Fine. Let's at least go over her numbers. I mean, they don't look that bad. It looks like she gains a ton of poise. Blade arc. Bear thee well. Their skill 3. 10 plus poise on self power plus 1. 4 to 16, that's not bad. On crit, two allies, either with no poise or with the least poise count, apply 2 poise count. Expected allies from the Blade Lineage apply 2 additional poise count. After attack, if the target is defeated, apply 1 slash damage up to self and 1 random other ally next turn. Effective breathing. When this unit gains poise potency with its own skill or point effect, give 1 poise potency to 1 ally with no poise or with the least. That is insane. And then bench passive, 1 ally with the least poise gains 2 more poise potency. When gaining poise potency with its own skill or point effect, 2 times max, does not apply to allies without poise. That's crazy. Yeah, we're just drowning in poise this season. This is great. What's us mind if I go on a little blank to investigate? And stroll. Alright, back to the story. We got bones to claim. Origin of sin. Thick, hazy gloom, burning wrath. My head spins from the sheer intensity of these overwhelming sensations. Why am I sensing the Pekatula here? And these sensations are far stronger than what I usually feel from these Pekatula. Who do we swap in? Guess we get rid of him. Or Hong Lu.
엔진 시동.
조금 바쁘네만.
I like her stance. The sheath over her shoulder. Ferocious Tastus? Huh. It's neutral as well.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Yeah, we saw in the preview that these guys are gonna have a glow up. I'm curious how much stronger they're actually gonna be though.
혈이 난자오.
Wait, she dropped her sheath. When she's getting hit, she's dropping her sheath.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
흐드러지게.
이를
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 기회다. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
This will give everyone poise. Do Captain Ishmael.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이.
He's kind of like an honorary Blade Lineage member. Oh, whoa. Oh, these things look crazy. And now they're Teth? Ew. Now, it's not just a brain, but it's also got other organs, a stomach, intestines. Like the little question mark. What the hell is this? Snap at. If their gas sinking, base power +2. On hit, inflict 3 sinking and +3 sinking count. Sin resistance. Unless this unit is staggered or part broken, take 50% less sinking damage. Oh, cool. I wonder, so observation log. This is reminiscent of the previously observed insectoid entity with a translucent body. More organs required to maintain a biological organism has been identified inside its body. Some of it has matured further. And do you wonder, is this like an over time thing that they mature? Or is it the fact that they're so close to this thing that's causing emotions that made them evolve? However, no physiological characteristics enough to meet with the criteria to constitute a living organism has been identified. Appears to be a hand has been identified, is visible from the outside, and is wielding a round object. A close analysis of its behaviors and attack patterns revealed that the round object is a fluid sac of sorts. The fluid inside the entity's body appears to be connected with the sac. When the sac inflates, the internal fluid on its main body shrinks. Several organs that may constitute a leg or an antenna have been identified. No particular usage outside of offensive use has been found. Prolonged observation of this entity remains inadvisable. I don't like the sound of that. Reminders of the negative past events remain unpleasant. Weird. Oh, it's grown. Its eyes are more bloodshot. Oh, they are. And they're glaring at me fierce. It's got a tail, too. Evolved noon version? I don't know if these guys have any relation with the ordeals. I think the running theory for what the Pecatulum are is that if you remember in Leviathan, when we come across them, it's the people undergoing the mirror singularity experiments, right? And so the theory is that if a person is kind of forced into an emotional state and they're like maybe gonna distort, maybe gonna ego, but it's forced on them and instead they end up like this. So yeah, weird things. I think I could summarize this report with it got creepier. Looks like its wee dried squid legs got hydrated and slightly thickened. It still got that red juice that gives me heartburn. What? Did she try it? Still got that stabby attack, but it certainly diversified its patterns. Here's the most memorable one. It tried to smack me with its tail, remember? It couldn't do that before. Or maybe it could, but its thick bug legs couldn't support its weight. Well, it's not really my business. Now, here's another thing. Bug learned how to spark fire. Watch out for that burn, yeah? I suppose I don't need to let it hit me to know that it'll irritate me. Pummel it with my bat before it has a chance to make its move. A lot of HP. And yeah, like I said, these are Teth. I wonder if we'll ever get like A-Lift versions of these things. I'm scared to find out. Dang it. I mean, this is only favored. This is our best chance at losing.
벤다는 사활을 건다.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
No, he won. I like how fast that attack is. And it's crazy just how much bigger these things are.
완벽한 한 발을 위해 혈이 난자.
Dude, these things look so gross on the ground. Cause that's not like water. That literally just looks like, I don't know, the membrane around a sack. Like a deflated balloon.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
Bodily fluid. Yeah, it's so gross. Did we just fight the Pekatala here? Yes. Their appearances are rather dissimilar from what we have encountered before. They appear to have grown more acute. There are evolutions of each Pekatala. The kind of Pekatala one transforms into depends on the type of sin that one has embodied in life, so it is no surprise that there may be variations to them. But we've never encountered anything like them before. Collecting the golden boughs could have expedited the why is this word so hard to say? Pekatala growth process. Those boughs, they really have something to do with everything, huh? Our job is starting to look a lot more serious. Right, that reminds me. These Pekatala are each supposed to represent some kind of sin, right? Oh, is he gonna say, why haven't we seen envy? Sin. My thoughts grow distant all of a sudden. No, the sinners grow distant while my thoughts draw nearer. Their voices grow muffled. The word sin feels oddly unfamiliar today. It appears that they have lost their sense of self. Their original forms now forgotten to oblivion. Self. Aren't distortions kind of similar to that? Some people become distortions and some people become Pekatala. I wonder what the difference is. I think I know. Planted in the hearts of all are seeds with ever-present potential to bloom. The music? Executive manager? What did you say? Bell talked over you, so I couldn't hear. He would allow me to continue. Maintaining the self, even at times of extreme stress, could cause one to evolve into a distortion, and when the light of that day descends upon the hearts of every human, blooming the seeds buried deep within. Manager? If one's blank, I'm guessing this is? If one's self is blank, devoured by their sins, they're reborn in the form of blank, their image reflecting the dreamt by those who are nothing. What? Dude, what is happening? Is Dante remembering? Dante, what is... One withstands blank 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 yet blank 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 of their sins the heart blank. What the hell, Cockhead? What in the bloody hell are you talking about? I ill like the sound of that. Has something gone awry with their prosthetic head? Dang, I was hoping it wasn't gonna be blocked out in here. Huh. If one seeks to bear all this, the blank shall blank of their original hearts. So I imagine a lot of this is, you know, the seed and everything like that. The seed of light. Ego? Is that what you are speaking of? In any world perceived through their own... What is all of this? Oh, why does this look like a tiny hand? This kind of looks like a snake. I don't know why. This looks like a horse foot. This kind of looks like Gregor's bug arm. Wait, that actually looks oddly similar to his arm. This looks like a gun. Maybe another gun. Huh. The blank shall be unveiled to blank their egos, melt into blank by blank of sin. Huh? They're starting to talk a bit like my grandfather. Manager, your head. Oh, the fire is intensifying. Executive manager, your head is on fire. Oh, what a blaze. I think they're about to explode. Only those who can define their own... I would say this is probably self. Boy, we've got to do something before Clockhead bites it. Got any bright ideas, lass? I know not what to do. Only those who are awakened to their own... Okay, this is more than self now. God, 'tis scorching. I thought that Manager Esquire's flaming head was merely for style, for I had not once felt such heat from it. No, this isn't Halo. Faust, what if they accidentally activated the self-destruct sequence? Ah, this heat. If we don't douse it now, it's going to melt everything around them. Yes, the operating principles are the same. Dante is, via the golden boughs, connected to the root of the sapling planted in the subterranean area of the headquarters, which is to say that... Who gives a shite about the boughs? We gotta douse the flames on their head. Water. Doest nay one have water? We must make haste and douse the flames. Sometime later. Yeah, what do you guys make of that? That was weird. Ugh. Pray tell, art thou recovered? My eyes, if I had eyes, that is, open slowly, as lying on the ground, surrounded by the sinners. So the way I kind of perceive that is... It seems like he knew what Armin and Aen's Seed of Light plan was. Like, he was speaking... He had knowledge of it. And the question is that because his head might actually be a distortion? So maybe Carmen's talked to him? Yeah, I don't know. There's so many different things that could probably be. What happened? Do not recall what had transpired? I guess I don't. Oh, can we just ask Mersalt to relay everything we just said, but not encoded? I do remember walking up the stairs, suddenly feeling really dizzy. Executive manager, must visit a workshop to get that looked at as soon as we return. Huh? A workshop? Did I malfunction or something? Don't talk about them like you're talking about some machine. Either way, there isn't anything we can do about what just happened. Not here. We can discuss this later once we return. What just transpired does not seem to pose any hindrance to our mission. Hongdu, where is... She has advanced without us. While I remain curious yet concerned about your condition, we must reconvene with her. The situation calls for urgency. Yeah, okay. There's a lot I didn't understand, but since we're in the middle of an operation, let's deal with this first.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다. 그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건 틀림없는 사실이죠.
Dark Cloud. Finally arrived at the top floor of the building, the 6th floor. There, a nervous-looking man was checking his pocket watch. He carries a large sword and wears a nasty scowl. This guy has to be the leader of the gang of Kurokumo Clan henchmen we've defeated along the way. Is it time? Is it time to fight him? Ha, Tisk. Why did this have to break? Why now? There's a nervous-looking man on top of the stairs, on the uppermost floor of the building. You could immediately tell that this man was unlike any other foe we faced in this building. Better be quiet in there. I hope that thing at least stays put. He kept looking into his pocket watch as though he was expecting something awful to come out of that door. His garb, which highly resembles the Kurokumo Clan's standard outfit, suggests that he's a relevant individual in this case. It's possible to extrapolate from his outfit that he's of a higher rank than any foe we have defeated on the course to this location. Thank you, Marcel. Then, or even had the chance to suggest waiting for a bit to come up with a strategy, Hongdu was already charging at the man. He must be a captain of the Kurokumo Clan. What the? Okay, does she die? You wish to hunt the blade lineage? Very well. Here I stand before you. Face my blade. Fisk. I suppose this means that my men are all dead, huh? I'd toss you into that office if I could, but... I just noticed, why does the door looks like it's cracked like a mirror? Doesn't it? Like, that doesn't look like a dent mark from like if you hit it bluntly. And it's also not like a slash. Merchandise is still in there. Yeah, come on. Suppose I've got no choice but to fight. At least allow me to introduce myself. Then you can tell me who you are. Name's June, captain of the boys you killed. Since I almost developed ego in chapter 5 and didn't seem to have to overcome distortion like Dongrang, so it's probably due to something else than the head being a distortion. But I don't know, that scene didn't feel like he was remembering anything. It felt more like like Carmen or Anne explaining what ego or distorting is. So I don't know, it's hard to say. Ongdu, Solsu from the Lineage of Blades, a follower of mentor bamboo-headed kin. Hallway before the door falls silent. It is as calm as a winter dawn. The two warriors, blades drawn, begin to take cautious steps. It's as though they are attempting to gauge the distance between each other. Oh, did she get him? There was a sudden flash. When I came to my senses, the pair had suddenly switched sides, facing away from each other. Boundary of death moment? The outcome of this clash. No, Ongdu. Come on, that's it, huh? Miss Ongdu. Appears to have been Ongdu's defeat. She fell to her knees. I mean, I was just getting started. I'm surprised you even had any energy left for that attack. Yeah. She's been fighting the Kurokumo Clan henchmen on the front lines before we even had the chance to catch up. I wonder if she's exhausted. I must also remind you that she was on the verge of death not so long ago. She's overexerted herself. She has. What are the rest of you gonna fight me too? This hardly seems fair. Me against all of you. Oh, 1v1? This June rested his blade on his shoulder with an annoyed scowl. I could tell from his single clash against Ongdu that he wasn't going to go down easily. Well, I don't like that we're all ganging up against this one guy, but you got one loud-ass clock for a head. What even is that? Is this some local T-Corp clock-shaped prosthetic bastion or something? You could say that. It is a clock, right? You there. Is that clock head on time? Mate, what do you think? That clock ain't for telling time? Huh? Then what'd you decapitate yourself for? What a useless clock. I thought. Okay then. Any of you got a timepiece? A clock? A watch? Anyone? My stupid watch broke again. Yeah, we know Otis does. Sinners wordlessly begin to surround June. I guess not. Are any of you even wearing a watch? Otis is. You must all be insane. Sauntering around without a timepiece? Is this like a T-Corp thing? Even if I did, I would hardly find it within myself to show it to thee. You're all really getting on my nerves. You know what? That's it. I'll be in deep shit if I let anyone in there anyway. Come and get me. I'll cut you down if it's the last thing I do. Dante.
총원 불격! 저놈을 추적해!
살을 베어내고
즐겁겠군!
Imagine the next guy is gonna have some hard to clash stuff, so we'll try to
그렇지 않은 것.
get to claim their bones to go off. Easier said than done though, for sure.
완벽한 한 발을 위해 안심해라. 고통이 있어.
15 on a skill 1.
잘했군! 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다! 쉴 새는 없다!
Alright, here he is. Shadow Cloud, tons of bleed and bleed count. Flash Fragility, Lenticular Slash, Paralyze, 8 bleed. Power +1 if we have 5 bleed. Sharp Edge, Combat Start, play 2 slash damage up to all allies. Gaining a 2 slash power up. Sky Clearing Cut. The main target is 10 plus bleed, attack weight +1. His unit will use 5 plus attack skills this turn, final power +5. Flash Wind, all allies heal 10 sanity. Target 7 plus bleed, deal plus 30% more damage. Yo, this guy's stacked. Rules of the Back Streets. This is a Ruina reference. That's a card name. I think this is too. This is a in Ruina. This is a card that draws you 1 on hit. Clean up, yeah. Clean up gives you 2 light. Good times. Unopposed every time. Maybe next turn we'll get lucky.
총원 불경.
Wait, what happens if it... I know what happens. What happens if we lose to an evade? This skill 3.
흐트러지게.
Oh no, the bleed's happening. Oh, struggling. Hold on, we might actually get it here. Is it time to claim bones?
물의 배들. 아름다운 것.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Alright, just lose. Oh, you lost! Oh, that's so cool. It even had attack weight on it, so it killed another guy. And now he's got 5 paralyze. Yo, that attack's so broken. All you have to do is lose a clash and take some hits. Oh, he's not dead. He just took a knee. Ha, now let us converse for a moment. Hondu seemed to have recovered somewhat as we fought. She bound June with a rope before throwing him to the ground. Ah, I do not expect the mere captain to know why your organization has put a bounty on our heads. But I cannot quite place the reason you were standing guard before this room. It was as though you were protecting our mentor from us, of all people. Wait, it wasn't just you, was it? Every Kurokumo Clan filth we killed on our way up to this floor stood in our path like they were protecting something with their lives. Fine, here's the truth then. We're the victims here. How's the story so far? Dante kind of like lost his mind for a moment. That was great. Yeah, the story's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it a lot. Whatever do you mean? We also have this not Purple Terror, Blade Lineage character. You guys really have a way of pushing my buttons, huh? We weren't part of the party pursuing you or cutting you down. It was none of my business. You're just one of many syndicates or organizations that were unlucky enough to be on the thumb shit list. Our run-in was just a coincidence. We were ordered by the thumb to stand guard next to a black steel here, that's all. Everyone was on edge because we were supposed to transport it elsewhere pretty soon. And that's when you Blade Lineage bastards appeared out of nowhere. Out of nowhere? They got dropped in from the library. I see. So this is where our mentor has awakened. It sounds like you know something that I don't. Can't say I've ever heard of a tech that could blip people into existence just like that. Thought they were using a singularity or something. Fisk. Well, we know warp technology can kind of do that. Like when Philip gets teleported out of the library and into the 8 o'clock circus. Besides, the Blade Lineage never had a chance. Our numerical advantage was insurmountable. Of course. We had your friends cornered. We had no trouble cutting them down until there were but 3 of you left standing. Then, all of a sudden, your boss's eyes suddenly began to glow, and he cut down everyone around him. It was a one-sided slaughter. What? Then... You got that right. Blade Lineage, Kurokumo Clan, it didn't matter. He cut through everyone. So what the hell was I supposed to do? What were we supposed to do? I'm their captain. The lives of my men are my responsibility. I had to save them somehow. So I stayed behind to guard the door while my men guarded the entrance to this building. What other choice did I have? Ah, shit. Delivery deadline's coming up. I'm finished. So won't end with me having to cut off a finger or two, damn it. Yeah, so ordered by the thumb. If the thumb is ever disrespected, you have to pay a price. Dot. Hongdu struck the back of Jun's neck with a swift precision and dropped him to the floor. Hongdu? The man had already been subdued. Wherefore didst thou... had merely put him to sleep. It would have caused us trouble had we attempted to enter that room while he was conscious. I must talk to the mentor. See him with my own eyes. Alright, question chat. Does she live through this? I'm getting Yuri vibes. Have you gone Death Blast? You've also cut down anyone who gets too close. No, that cannot be. Death Flag. Dante, we can infer from what information we have gathered that... Yeah, I agree. There's a powerful aura coming from behind that door. I can sense it. Our mentor... Hongdu's hands tremble as they wrap around the doorknob. Must prepare for battle. I know that mentor Bamboo-Hatted Kim will do no such thing. He slammed the door open, only to come face to face with a distortion. Dang, he wrecked this room. Look at the cut on the window blinds. That is a clean cut. With the blood smear, that's really cool. Cut a desk in half. That was once probably a good picture.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을
Bamboo-hatted
때까지
Kim,
이 기세를
it's
잃지
time.
않기를.
Finally came face to face with Ongdu's mentor. Cold blue light from his eye seeps past the crack of a slanted bamboo hat. He won't go down without a fight.
착수.
Kinda odd she keeps the bamboo-hatted part. She would just call him Kim. No, bamboo-hatted is his first name. Dot dot dot. Mentor, what is this? He's tensing up. Recognize these wounds. These are your techniques. How could you put your blade to our fellows? Attempting to communicate seems futile. Pitchback flames lingered behind this man she called Bamboo-Headed Kim, her mentor. Something had devoured him. There was something in his eyes. Fiendish malevolence. He definitely sensed it. This was a distortion. Cease your beastly howls and talk to me, please. Say something. Okay, I thought she was gonna get cut down. Oh, don't get too close. Uh-oh. Oh, Heathcliff took the hit. The distortion unsheathed its blade in the blink of an eye. It sensed that something had entered its range. Stance, you're really going to kill. Get out of the way! As Ongdu stood there confused, Sinclair urgently hurled himself in her direction, and in that brief moment, the distortion's blade descended upon them as though it bisected the very space they inhabited. I surmise that Sinclair has entered the distortion's range as well. Thank you, Yi-Sang. I have no choice but to suppress it. We tensed up. Sensing the changing atmosphere, we slowly raised our weapons. Yo, look at this guy. I don't know, what is... It seems like there's something under his hat that's kind of coming out of it. Like out of his mouth. Distorting Bamboo-Headed Kim. Paralyzer. I mean, 8's easy to beat, 11's easy to beat. Bleed, paralyze, yeah. Dash win, gain 1 plus 1 points count. Only 12? This doesn't seem... Well, this is going to be a tough fight until we get some sanity, I think. Start gain 2 damage up, 3 defense level down. Attack power up, 5 defense level down. Factors increasing sanity, increases after losing a clash based on the clash count. Okay. Do I risk shooting my own people right off the bat? That's a little doable. Yeah, we'd probably just evade here. Unevade, gain 4 poise. 12 minus 8. Yeah, we can let that hit. That's not going to be a lot of damage, hopefully. Man, it sucks. He's so fast. We can't clash with like any of this. Yeah, I really don't want to take these 3 hits. So we'll just pray we don't hit the 50% chance of shooting our own guys. Oh no, it's only the first magic bullet, so we don't lose sanity. Okay, never mind.
저놈을 추적해!
You see that eye glow? How it moved? Okay, anything new? Overthrow. 14? Okay, these clashes are pretty brutal.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Man, his slashes just look gigantic. Also, look how chipped his blade is.
혈이 난자오.
Okay, it cannot be this easy, right? I mean, we probably don't deal 500 damage. We can try. We need to resonance. So hopefully you get a free assist attack.
저놈을 추적해!
Nice. We did get it with Otis. Okay, he's not using... Does he not have a Yield My Flesh skill? He's got to. There's one missing. Oh no, there it is. It's a counter. Gain X, growing resentment next turn. X equals damage dealt by the skill that activated the counter skill. When this unit has a relevant buff, gain growing resentment equal to damage taken, expires at turn end. Okay, well, I have to see what that looks like. No, he's already so low. Although, you know, he might have a passive that makes him immune to death for a turn. Oh, we're gonna find out. No phase 2?
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면 탄환은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든 관통해냅니다. 설령 사랑하는
The Blade
사람일지라도.
Fiends Fathoms. Oh, here we go, dungeon time. Ah. Interesting sound effect. The Moo-headed Kim kneeled and caught his breath. Something began to shimmer behind him. This is a dungeon. A mere dungeon of the Fathoms. This is just like the Ding Dong's Bar and Friars, huh? It's Unbong's Gregor Unbong's. He's already entered the dungeon. So we've got to follow the bloke, eh? Yeah, we're ordered to secure the distortion as well, so... An immense heavy sensation emanates from within that space. That monolith has to be somewhere in there too. Let us follow. While she was clearly dumbfounded by the turn of events, I could tell that she was determined to see this to the end. We had nothing more to add. Advancing. This is... Oh, the crow's got an eyeball in its beak. There's literally just a part of a blade in the wall. This place has taken the likeness of S-Corp. Not just anywhere in S-Corp. Call this place the Fathoms of Ego? It appears that Mentor Bamboo-Headed Kim's memories are affecting this place. Is there aught from his past that you are aware of? No, nothing in detail. I don't believe I have the right to divulge a depiction of his past based on hearsay either. Hongdu continued in a morose tone. When he appeared so suddenly at this building, I don't suppose he had much trouble cutting down the Kurokumo Clan henchmen. I'm certain he was flanked by competent men and women. It would not have mattered how many henchmen they threw against the Mentor. Nothing short of a Kurokumo Clan officer could have given him any trouble. In fact, I surmise that he would have been able to cut down 100 of their men on his own. That's crazy. But not all those who accompanied Master Bamboo-Headed Kim were as powerful as he. His capabilities lie far beyond our own. His fellows must have fallen one by one before the endless onslaught of the Kurokumo Clan henchmen. And I cannot help but imagine that the sight must have reminded him of a rather tragic event in his past. An unpleasant event that likely shook Mentor Bamboo-Headed Kim to the core. That alone fits numerous criteria that make it ripe for a manifestation of a distortion. He was in a very receptive state to the monolith's influences as well. So that is how the Mentor became beholden to his blade, like a fiend. Yet still, how could he? He remained wordless and advanced as Ongdu despondently muttered to herself. It was all silent, save for the sound of our shoes lightly pressing into the soft soil beneath our feet. Excuse me? Oh, hell yes. Oh, you can only take one? I feel like the power-up is better, since we already have so much poise here in our team. Story is so peak. This is insane. I like the background here too. No flying chickens though. In the shimmering fathoms of ego, a painfully pale nightly trail unfolds before us.
착수.
즐겁겠군.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것, 흐트러지게.
Oh wait, it's this guy again. June. Oh, maybe maybe I shouldn't have picked this. I didn't even realize that was him. Oops.
총원 불경! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
나를 베어내고
Thoughts on Kim identity? Really good. The fact that he provides so much support to other Poise and Blade Lineage identities makes him very strong. He's good at clashing. He does a fair amount of damage. Surprisingly, Blade Lineage Faust has been out damaging him like this entire time. Okay, 24?
된다면 사활을 건다.
Man, June is wrecking us. Holy shit.
언젠가는
We just lost someone. Everyone's dying.
내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
Yeah, maybe we restart that.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Dopamine rush of hitting to claim their bones is crazy. You know, surprisingly, it's not as bad as I thought it'd be. I mean, it's only losing a 12. Or at least on a head split. And then you can reduce that to 8 by using his base ego.
저놈을 추적해.
This guy's insane. 20? He just killed that guy. And it seems like if he gets a kill, it heals. I might have to restart the dungeon. Yeah, I don't think we could do this. Who died? You saying?
완벽한 한 발을 위해
This is only the first fight in the dungeon, too. 21. This guy's insane. What the fuck? He's actually a monster. So where is it in his passive that he heals people? When an ally is defeated, get one skill slot next turn. Patch win, all allies heal 10 sanity. I feel like it was clearly green though. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the dungeon. I messed up choosing this fight so early. Dude, I wasn't expecting June to be in here. What the hell?
내 검은 만족할 만큼 베어냈어. 그러니 미련은 없지.
Yeah, let's maybe gain some sanity first. I feel like I got baited into that. My own pride getting the better of me.
된다면 사월을 건다. 육청.
저놈을 추적해.
일발장전.
The Lineage saying buff is kind of insane. But surprisingly, he's been doing work. And also, I looked at his uptype 4 buffs, and they actually seem kind of worth it. Fortunately, I do not have the thread.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 혈이 난자 흉터의 결과요.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것, 희한한.
Let's try to Plum Blossom for even crazier damage. Yeah, did you just see what Faust did to that guy? I'm pretty sure that's a war crime somewhere. What the hell? And hitting for over 200? Insane. Got 20 coin power from his skill 1.
검은 아직 벼려 있어.
Really? I think I've gotten up to 15. Yeah, that's crazy. That was 16 right there.
흉터의 결과요. 흉터의 결과요.
Oh yeah, unique events. This must be a tavern. His bar or an inn is bustling, and his patrons are energetically chattering away. They'll seem to be in a rather good mood. Trio among the crowd is quite boisterously arguing and pointing fingers at each other. No, I don't understand why this is even a matter of dispute. A blade is a weapon made for cutting, and the right way to use a blade is to slash with it. Yes? You don't know what you're talking about. Stab a single point with all your might, and your foe shall surely fall. What? You're both wrong. You're half-hearted, it cuts and stabs, won't do anything but piss them off. They'll be back on their feet immediately. Smack their skulls with a blunt end, a hilt, or the scabbard, and knock them down for good. Make them too dazed to get up. The trio appeared to be talking about something pretty serious, so we'd stop to listen to their debate. They suddenly turned in our direction and called over to us. You there. Your band can clearly handle your weapons. Am I wrong? Answer us. What is the best way to wield your sword? Of course, to slash is the best way to use a blade, is it not? What should I say to that? Right, slashing is the way to go when wielding a blade, pass to gain an ego gift. Not true, slash, pierce, and blunt all have their uses. Nah, we slash. How Radia just wins. I'll use Otis though. Yeah, Otis with a gun. She's like, you know what? Guns are better than swords, dummy. Here, here. Gladys one guffaws, raising his cup full of liquor. I'm not claiming that other methods are inferior. I'm merely claiming that a blade, a weapon with an edge, is made to cut things. The other two nod in reluctant agreement. But, well, you're talking about the blade and the blade part only, sure. I suppose a decapitation is not so different from breaking the skull open. I mean, if it gets the job done? Ah, you've made my day, friend. Here, take this. The man who preached the superiority of slash pats you on the back and places something in your hands. Ego gift, rusted hilt earned.
무엇이든 맞출 수 있는 탄원이니 말입니다.
Otis, indeed these bolts are infallible. True. Gonna start, all eyes gain 1 slash power up. That's insane. Blade Lineage or Kurokumo Clan identities gain 2 slash power up instead. What the fuck? Nice.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
죄를 새겨주겠어.
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 기회다.
Ishmael negative 25 sanity is not killing.
무대 배틀.
흉터의 결과.
저놈을 추적해.
이를 깎는다. 살을 베어내.
Okay, I actually need to let Ishmael get some kills because she's about to lose her damn mind. That might kill that guy, so yeah, she's not gonna flip heads. I don't know if 4 fours is enough to kill him.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 흉터의 결과요.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Negative 40. Okay. He's going after someone with counter.
총원 불격. 잘했군. 한
There you
놈도
go.
남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Yeah, she is pissed off. It's us, Kurokumo Clan's turf from here on out. Is it that hard for you to understand it that you gotta pay the toll to use our road, huh? People dressed in Kurokumo Clan garb stand in the way of unarmed civilians threatening them. I suppose that excuse was enough for them to tread on our territory as well. Ongdu does not hide her indignation. She is gritting her teeth. What should we do about them? Save? And if we don't, Dawn's gonna get mad. We gotta. Who will step forth? Mersault? How does he lose this? He tried. Wait, what if you lose with Yield My Flesh in one of these in an event? Does it switch to claim their bones? Yeah, how funny that would be. Damn it. What the hell happened? I thought we'd driven them all away. After a grueling battle, Mersault and Ongdu managed to defeat or drive away the Kurokumo Clan henchmen. You have my gratitude. I'm glad that we could provide them some help. Healed 30 sanity. Civilians freed from the threat of the Kurokumo Clan each bow and give us their thanks. But you're not dressed like a local. If you don't mind us prying, who might you be? That you're just passing by, say that you're with the Blade Lineage for an ego gift. The civilians immediately kneeled before us and bowed profusely. Their voices tremble as they plead. We're sorry, we're so sorry. Please have mercy, don't kill us. In a flustered attempt, Faust tries to tell them that we have no cause nor intent to hurt them, but they refuse to listen. Take this at least. They raised their hands with the utmost deference. In their hands was what appeared to be a book. Taking a closer look at it, we realized that what they handed us was a filled ledger with black covers. Please forgive us, that's all we have with us at the moment. Try as we might to help them to their feet, the fear has already rooted them firmly to the ground. They don't even dare to raise their heads. I had no choice but to leave them as they were.
어긋날 연유도 없죠.
First turn start an encounter, gain random ego resources equal to the number of enemies. If there are 4 more Blade Lineage or Kurokumo Clan identities participating in this encounter, gain ego resources for the least owned ego affinity instead. Seems pretty good. Yep, Meister Ishmael. You know, she does have a lot of very long voice lines. Not even necessarily a bad thing, it's just kind of funny.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
된다면 사활을
안심이라. 고통은 없어.
I'm curious, is Blade Lineage Sinclair any good in this team? We need Ishmael to get kills. I mean, it's kind of bad. That's 3 hits. He's all right.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Like 18 with skill 1. Alright, this one's Ishmael's. Please. You think is the real deal? Oh wait, that was his skill 3. Whoops. Thought that was Ishmael's.
총원 불경! 자! 잘했군! 한 놈도 남지
Nice,
않을
we're up to
때까지
12.
지금을 반복한다! 쉴 새는 없다!
Yeah, good job, Ishmael. You did it. Shimmering blue letters float before you. The way that these similar words are ordered makes it difficult to understand what it's trying to say. Say what is right, and what is wrong, is not right. So to say what is right is wrong, and what is wrong is right is right. How did I know it? Oh, they did it backwards from what I just made up. You say that what is right and right is wrong is not wrong. And to say what is right and what is wrong is in turn to say that this wrong is right. Does it want my impression of these words? What is it talking about? Still, it must be said that what is right is right. What is right and what is wrong, is it really that important to tell which is which? Say that what really matters is something else. That's dumb. I'm going with the other one. I think 20? The blue letters slowly fade away, and a new word appears in their place. Tongue twister? Pleasure. Sure. The word stays there for a moment before transforming and falling to the floor. Transform into an old, weathered dopo robe.
어긋날 연유도 없죠.
Counter start activates when there are 3 or more blade lineage identities. Always deal plus 50% more slash damage. The lineage identity skill 1 gains coin power plus 1. Single coin skill 1 gains coin power plus 1 or plus 3. So that activates on like blade lineage Yisang. Result only. Yield my flesh skill final clash power minus 12. Claim their bones skill deals plus 50% more damage. Wow. We can make his skill 3 flip for nothing. But what if I don't want to get hit?
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Ate getting his bamboo-headed Kim cosplay assembled. True. If he could remember, he would remember that he was actually bamboo-headed Kim's biggest fan.
즐겁겠군!
달을 베어내.
저놈을 쏙해! 총원 불경!
You know, going along with the story, I kind of wonder, so this is a lot of like what we're going to be doing in the future, I guess. I'm guessing with these mini events, right? We're going to be distortion hunting. I wonder if we'll run into Philip. This is a little chibi running around.
잘했군! 저놈을 추적해!
흉터의 결과요.
Man, I really want Philip to come back. See if he's still a sad boy. Whoops. Oh, none of these can be enhanced? Oh, okay. Should it? Oh, this is the same. Okay, it's him. Part 2.
착수.
So that thing behind him is... Indeed, that is the monolith. The artifact must have entered his fathoms of ego the moment it imbued bamboo-headed Kim with strength. This manor must be where the Mentor's last protectee resided before we departed S-Corp. Oh, the old man. Also, look at the black flames on top of the wall. It's pretty cool. Ah, such massacre. Mentor, was this carnage the memory that has haunted your dreams and your waking hours for so long? Yet, the deaths of our dear fellows. Tear begins to well in Ongdu's eyes. Ah. Again, something murmurs in my head. Is this bamboo-headed Kim's past? A somber voice, drenched with woe, echoes in my head. For a fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call honor. Vile men, whose hearts are consumed by evil, oft approach virtuous officials to seek harm. And I considered it an honorable deed to be a protector of the virtuous, to hew those that sought harm against them. Yet, to be virtuous in a world of the vicious was to be prey to this merciless world. And before such overwhelming might of the vicious, the irrevocably corrupt officials, my strength was inconsequential. I had little choice but to leave S-Corp, cradling my broken spirit alongside my fellows. I left my scarred honor behind at the land of my failure. We became vagabonds, lost, wandering and weary, aimless drifters without a place to call their home. Even their faith in my decision to leave began to crumble piece by piece, so did my faith in myself. I began to fall apart. I've already failed once. What's there to say that I'm not failing my dear fellows once again? The least I could do is to help them lead a stable life. Yet that invitation I received only led them to their demise. In the end, I failed my mission, I failed my honor, I failed my dear fellows. Again, I am returned to the land of my failure. Oh, is it smoke coming out of his mouth? Or is it going in? The voice continued to murmur, but it had devolved into nothing but a low growl, a quiet and incoherent rumbling. I can't help but feel a bit of sympathy at his suffocatingly painful past. But that's exactly why we have to face him, free him from this distortion. Guys, we're putting an end to this, right here, right now. Yes, it appears that we have no choice. Ongdu has grown far too agitated to function properly in this battle. It's all up to us now. Anything crazy? Is it still the same? We have observation log now, okay. Forming the post-mortem report as ordered by the executive manager. Hey, he's not dead. As I expected, entering the bathroom seems to have intensified the distortion of this bamboo-headed kin. Here are a few pieces of evidence supporting that notion. The unidentifiable black tendrils pouring out of his body, further intensified blue glow from his eyes, and the inability to communicate properly via verbal means. Though the last part was always true, I suppose. Given from a quick observation, however, it is obvious that this individual holds great sorrow in his heart. They call it... What? You can click too far to the right and it gets rid of it? That's weird. They call it Han, a resentment of sorts. It is a certain kind of resentment born when intense grief turns into wrath. Allowing it to grow would affect its combat capabilities. If you would allow me to express my opinion, someone called a mentor, presumably someone in a leadership position, should not maintain such an emotional state for a prolonged period of time. He has lost his mind as well, then I suppose he is worthless as a leader of men. Or is worthless as a leader of men. It doesn't matter how famous he used to be, how powerful they say he used to be, we can more than easily handle such a weak-willed commander. Including the report, thank you. I feel like they didn't have to be so harsh on him. Yeah, see, in his sprite, the stuff that looked like smoke coming out of his mouth, it just does not move. I don't know if they're supposed to be blades. Maybe. I don't know. Let's try not to die. I guess Dawn's taking one hit.
된다. 4월을
Or more. He's got a lot more HP this time around. What? Why is Dawn taking so many hits? Wasn't it only 2? Okay.
나를 보호해라.
You're in for a nasty beating. Really still going after her, too. Oh, the Hopeless? Okay, well, we don't want him to get hit too many times, so we'll just do it there. If 3 to 11.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Oh, it's time. Excuse me? 559?
이 작살은 필살의 집념이.
Damn, dude, what was that? That was the Dopo robe, right? Holy shit. That made that skill a little too OP, I reckon. But very cool. And that's only on one enemy? Yeah, we didn't have the attack weight, huh? Oh, also, Dawn just exploded. Fair enough. How much bleed did she have on her? I wasn't looking. About the anniversary pack for the Insta upgrade ticket. While Angela's cool, she just keeps on yapping. She just talks a lot. I mean, she kind of did that in Lobotomy Corp. Ah, the dungeon. After a grueling battle, not really, and as we finally managed to drag bamboo-headed Kim to his knees. Like a mirage, the fathoms of ego began to fall apart. Monolith had already left the fathoms of ego and was back at the center of the office. Just as the office began to reassemble, the one we had walked into, the radio I carried began to buzz again. Hiya, can you hear me? If you do, give me a tick-tock. Tick-tock. Very funny, Dante. You know we just barely survived a deadly encounter, right? Sure. Well, she asked me to. Perfect. Really don't have much time left. Since it looks like the monolith's briefly stabilized, let me teach you how to lock it down. Don't take too long, or that distortion is gonna turn into an abnormality. Follow my instructions to a T, and don't lag behind. It's all about precision and speed. He seems awfully cheerful for how dire the situation is. I followed the radio's instructions and reached out to the monolith with my palms. Oh, some light came out of it when I reached out with my fingers. The voice coming from the radio was pretty nonchalant about all this, but it almost sounded like she could see exactly what I was looking at. It's a little disturbing. Right, straight down from there. Yup, you're doing good. Now move left, take it slow now. I can't help but wonder if I was doing this right. But I still followed her directions and drew a trail of light with my hand over the monolith. Oh, bamboo-headed Kim. Mentor. The shimmering black tendrils began to withdraw from bamboo-headed Kim's body. Maybe the distortion is withdrawing too? Good work, Detective. The levels are stabilizing. I can't seem to stop calling you Detective, huh? Sorry, old habits die hard, you know. Dante passed? Was Dante a detective? No way. So would that mean he's distortion detective? Oh, maybe. I was gonna say maybe he's part of a Seven Association because that's something they do. They do detectiving. Oh. Sounds like she's reporting to someone else on the other side of this communication. Wait, that's not how that read at all. Oh, maybe it is? Like she's speaking to someone else with this line? Maybe. It seems a little vague. Good work, bus dudes. LCA will be there in a minute, so just sit tight. LCA? Not that rude after team lady from earlier? Well, anyways, thanks for the assist, everyone. LCD Distortion Task Force Ezra over and out? Is that the Ezra? Oh, so that means the detective she's talking to is Moses. Oh, it's actually them, the distortion detective. You're right. Oh, cool. The radio shut off before any of us had the chance to say anything again. Oh yeah, and the personality fits. That's what Ezra was like in Distortion Detective. Always kind of chipper. Not 5 seconds later. What the hell is this? My, they're really piling in, huh? Oh, these are the guys that show up at the end of Leviathan with Faust. LTA, the Special Operations Unit. Orders, commencing secured item retrieval. Yo, they look crazy. Right, the item is custody target T-Tech 276 confirmed and secured. Well, looks like our job is done here. They join Limbus Company in their book. No, Distortion Detective They never finished it because the director said it'd be better as its own game. So that's something they're probably gonna look towards making after Limbus, I think. I didn't even have time to say anything, not that they could hear me anyway, before the uniformed troops marched in and started attaching various tools to the monolith. Trouble. TTAC 276, Tech 01 unconfirmed, requesting location. What are you blathering about? Rewording. Where's the distorted individual? Oh, thank you. I'm aware of whom you seek. He sits next to the monolith. Huh? Where has he gone? Individual by the name Ongdu dragged him behind that sofa. Approximate time of event, 3 minutes ago. Thank you, Mersul. Didn't I ask you to tell us if you noticed something important going on in the background? I'll make an immediate report should an identical event occur. Damn it, Mersul. I'm taking my head pats back. When I noticed that the LCA agents were growing visibly uneasy. Alert. Abnormal reaction detected from an entity in TTAC 276 Tech 01's proximity. Ongdu? When that agent ran over and kicked over the sofa. It's Ongdu. There was Ongdu, her arms tightly wrapped around bamboo-headed Kim. Her hand holding a blade that dug deep into her mentor's flesh. I know not of your painful past. I cannot possibly know in detail what you have gone through. Dude, what? Is this part of Blade Lineage where if you ever raise your sword to another member, you have to be put to death? But that cannot be a just reason, an excuse for cutting down your very own fellows. This Ongdu, that man was not himself. If the blade has consumed my mentor, turned him into a fiend, then I will end him myself. It has to be me. No, not at all. It's all excuses. That's all it is. If mentor didn't bring some odd invitation to us, he hadn't caused us to flee S-Corp, our home to begin with. Oh, yes, I hear you. Her voice is finally growing clearer. That was Carmen's chime. Her bell is tolling. Mutation. Distortion of the subject entity confirmed. Suspicion. Phase 1 of the monolith reactivation process may have been engaged. We can't just let her be. She's going to distort. Mersul, knock Miss Ongdu out. Mersul struck Ongdu hard before the LCA agents even had the chance to do anything. Stabilized. Distortion nullified by the subject's loss of consciousness. Hey, you can't distort if you can't think, right? Stab wound confirmed on subject TTAC 276 Tech 01. Wound not critical. Not pose challenge to retrieval and recovery. Just punch. And distortions aren't even an issue if you just punch them before they can distort. I've carried out the task as you have ordered. Now you get your head pats back, Mersul. There you go. Thank you. Whoa, what just happened? Was that caused by the monolith's influence too? A plausible explanation. The monolith was properly sealed, but its lingering influence seems to have seeped into her. Oh, hey, levels went bonkers over there just now. Radio began buzzing all on its own again. Time beat Miss Sun every time. Though it's different? I mean, that felt like that was Carmen trying to talk to her, for sure. It even had that bell ringing noise. Requesting radio. I received LCD's message. Okay. Acknowledged. Please speak. Oh, you're LCA, aren't you? I'm Ezra from LCD. Nice to acknowledge. Commencing sit rep. You know what? You're not the only one who knows how to cut people off. I already got your sit rep, okay? I don't need it. Coloring does appear to be associated with ego, not distortion generally. I'll have to go back to Dong Ring to check, but I think even when he was about to distort, that bell rang. And then I think it did it again, but louder as he was developing ego. There are two people there, right? Just bring them both over here. Negative. Exact order of state, their retrieval targets are to be... Come on, loosen up some, huh? Concern. The monolith alone will be a difficult subject to contain. That's okay. Our very own our very own LCD team leader said she'll take care of it. Besides, that monolith, Detective and I have successfully retrieved that before. Huh? And considering that the two of them are both returnees from the library, considering that the two of them have both been pulled from the edge of distortion, it'll definitely help us with our records, don't you think? I mean, yeah, Ezra's also saying that it was probably a distortion too. She was talking to someone, which doesn't usually happen with ego. That's not true. You remember Zhao in Ruina? Zhao talked to Carmen before developing ego. Just told Carmen to fuck off. Check the streams. The bells happen before Dongbok's ego, Dongring's ego. Dante almost gets killed in chapter 5, and Ahab's ego. Dongbok did talk with Carmen during ego, so did Dongring. Yeah. Yeah, Carmen definitely talks to him when they're doing ego stuff. You're saying it didn't happen when Dongring was distorting? I guess we'll keep that in mind then. I'll actually write that down. What the hell? Are we kidnapping them for some dodgy human experiments or something? Wasn't until after the first fight that the bell rings. Okay. Okay. So I know that there has been scary rumors of kidnappings in T-Corp, but what we're doing here is completely unrelated, right? Alright. I'd appreciate it if you didn't compare us to the likes of those backstreets rumors. Is that related to Wuthering Heights? Sure, you guys can leave them there, but if we don't take them in, they'll distort and get killed. And who knows, the Kurokumo Clan or even the Thumb could catch a wind of this and pick them up instead. Suppose you're right. What was that noise? Anyways, make sure to bring them in. Both of them, okay? Acknowledge. Retrieving now. The call dropped. The agents swarmed around the pair, bound them, and disappeared out the door. All of it was done in one fluid, practiced motion. I don't know when it happened, but they'd already retrieved the monolith when that LCA agent picked up LCD's call. Right, so mission accomplished, huh? I guess so. Warning, recommended action for the manager. Immediate extraction from the scene. Imminent arrival of the Thumb, highly likely. I kind of want to run into him. Just for the fun. So after the middle is the Thumb. Heh, but I wouldn't give to see the look on their stuck-up faces. I think he's telling us to get out of here before the Thumb catches us red-handed. Correction. Limbus Company was already on a crash course against the Thumb the moment we commenced this mission. That makes sense. It'll only be a matter of time before they put the pieces together and realize that we're involved in what happened. Are you sure that we can handle not only the middle, but also the thumb? Dot dot dot. Irrelevant. A foe is a friend, and a friend is a foe for Limbus Company. Delayed. Extracting scene first. Why did the music get so dark? That cryptic message, the LCA agent quickly withdrew from the scene. He knows something, but won't tell us what it is. At least that was the impression I got from the way he spoke. I came to meet so many departments of the company in such quick succession. The LCA, the LCD, and the LCCA. An old question arose once again, something I'd forgotten as we kept ourselves busy with the missions we've carried out so far. I really don't know much about this company I'm working for. And there's this mysterious Herman and the equally puzzling Damien. Herman and Damien jump scare at the same time? What about the chips, Dante? Maybe in the grand scheme of things, I really don't know anything. Maybe what I know amounts to nothing more than a pinch of knowledge available to the powers that be. I thought we were pretty deep into our journey, but... Oh, it's showing everyone who's had a chapter so far? And in order? I'm starting to feel that, in the far future, if I were to look back on the records of this journey, we wouldn't even be 10 pages into the book. Oh no. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but how long do you think this game's gonna be? Like, how many years until it's done? Not that I want it to rush or anything, but just a thought. We've gotten 5 sinners. There's still, what, 7 left? Well, I guess if you include Dante. Two years, maybe 3, maybe 10. I don't know, man. With the like, not to say delays are a bad thing necessarily, but with delays, I'm gonna say maybe 4 to 5. Usually don't last long, but Limbus is maybe an exception. I think Limbus has a more coherent story than most other gachas. And like I said earlier in the stream, you know, the gacha aspects of the game are kind of tacked on. Like, they're more of an afterthought, in my opinion. I began walking back to the bus with the sinners, my head further mired in confusion. PoE, really ran into a lot of people in such a short time, huh? Yeah, you're telling me. Well, I'm pretty happy that I got to know more about the workings of this company. Once we returned to the bus, the sinners each began chattering away about what had just happened. ... I wonder what's going to happen to Ongju or Bamboo-Headed Kim. It does not appear to be information we are privy to. We all work under the same company. All that the LCD shared with us was the name of our contact, Ezra. Then, is Limbus company truly kidnapping people for human You don't just start experimenting on humans like that. It's not something that just happens. Remember what the LCD woman said? Rumors are just that. Rumors. Sorry, I'm thinking about what's gonna happen to them. We know that the Purple Tear is a part of all of this, right? And I wonder if she's not trying to gather all these people that are all, like, distorting, developing ego and whatnot to turn them into an army of sorts. Because that's kind of what it seemed like she wanted to do at the end of Ruina, or the original ending. So I guess it'd be something like that. Kara furrowed his brows as though some unpleasant memories of the past began flooding in. He dug into his pockets for a cigarette. There's LCD, but LCA just seems really out of place, even when compared to other departments. It's like they're from a completely different company. As we made our way back to the bus, I slowly began to organize my thoughts on everything that's happened. I did know that it wasn't the most productive thing for me to do. Faust, you're not going to answer any of my questions, are you? Yeah, Dante, ask her what you were babbling about. I apologize. At the present moment, it is difficult for me to disclose any information that does not concern the LCB department. It's like impatience is a prerequisite for boarding this bus, manager or sinner. Hey! Virgil sighed as he muttered. He must have seen me burying my clock head in my palms. Your journey will inevitably lead to the answers to all your questions, Dante. Just follow the path, and it shall all be revealed. You have no reason to rush. Besides... Virgil's gaze fixed for a brief moment slightly above my head. I wonder if he's looking at my flame. It's nothing. Ha, perhaps your impatience is rubbing off on me. I suppose I shall find out along the way as well. Smile. Virgil scoffed, uttering something incomprehensible to himself, then turned away from me. It was clear that he had no intention of continuing this exchange. Let's go, Charon. Been waiting for vroom vroom time. Driving to the famous heights of T-Corp. Oh, now he looks mad about it. So, the bus took off once again, sometimes bustling, sometimes dead silent.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지.
Over 500 of this damage was in one hit. Wuthering Height. Yeah, what a good event. Man, this event had a lot to it, huh? Sorry, I'm thinking. Yeah, I really do think the theory that Purple Terror is gathering these people to create an army is a thing. And I don't wonder if she's doing it in an attempt to oppose the head. The question is, I mean, we know her goal is to try and get back her son, who she lost some, I guess it'd be 40 plus years ago by this time. And that's something I've been wondering about Dante since his head is literally a clock. If Purple Terror is trying to use him to gather the golden boughs as an energy source, stop that energy source in his head, and then try to rewind time clear back to when her son was lost. Maybe try and get him back. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think was going off with Dante when they were seeing a bunch of censored stuff? I mean, I talked about it at the time. To me, it seemed like he he knew what Carmen and Aen's Seed of Light plan was, and he was talking about what, I don't know, the effects of it were. Like how, you know, the seed is planted in the human heart and then it blooms. If a person comes to recognize their self, then they develop ego, and then a lot of stuff seemed to be blurred out in what I'm guessing would be him talking about why people distort. But I mean, man, we're gonna have to, I don't know, trying to decode those is pretty difficult. It also didn't seem like he mentioned anything about engraving the aspect, which is something that seemed pretty important at the very start of the game in the prologue, but it hasn't really come up since then. So I don't know if maybe somewhere in all of his rambling he was, I don't know, talking about the aspect too, and it was just censored out. Can't wait to see the crazy theories about these since you're too dumb for this. I mean, the thing is, it's so vague and it's so, like, open-ended that it feels like most theories are kind of plausible, and it's hard to, like, pin stuff down. But I mean, as the game goes on, we get to learn more and more. Oh, this was Dawn. We can't get her again. Dante is a leftover aspect of Aen? But doesn't that seem kind of plausible? Like I said, the way he was muttering about knowing stuff he shouldn't know about the Seed of Light is just, I don't know, that's pretty sus. What is this?
전부 자러 들어갔다고 방심하지 마라. 파도는 낮과 밤을 가리지 않으니 눈 크게 뜨고 잘 지켜보라고.
Well, that looks cool.
전부 자러 들어갔다고 방심하지 마라. 파도는 낮과 밤을 가리지 않으니 눈 크게 뜨고
Yeah, I don't know.
잘
I don't really have
지켜보라고.
anything else left. Yeah, good stream, good event. That was really fun. I think maybe to yield to claim their bones was a little too OP during his dungeon fight, but at the same time, pretty fun. I don't know, cool event. I guess we'll call it a stream here. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. See you in the next one. Peace.